Chapter 613. 8 Cloud Ruins, Third Plaza. More than 100 Tao Lords from the 3 major factions of Chaos Sea and 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race were scattered across the plaza, trying their best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As for the battle in midair, they did not pay much attention to it. That was because they believed that although Tao Lord Chongyi was dead, the remaining 6 Universe Tao Lords were enough to deal with the human Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea. Amidst this tacit silence, Jiang Xi stood in midair and looked at the 6 figures from afar. One is already dead, and you guys still want to continue? Jiang Xi sneered. Tao Lord Chong Yi only lost his true body. He still has a clone, so he's not really dead. Another Universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky's Sacred Ground laughed. Since we dared to attack you here, we naturally all have clones. Even if we die, we'll only lose one of our true bodies. We won't let you continue deducing like this. Therefore, it's better for you to die early. I didn't expect to obtain the inheritance when I entered this place. This time, I'll be able to remove the obstacles for my race and eliminate the threat. It's worth it even if I die. Haha, no matter how you look at it, we're the ones who profited. It's a worthy death to die for our race. The other 5 cosmic Tao Lords all laughed loudly in agreement. In the face of all this, Jiang Xi was calm and composed. He had already adjusted his state to the best. Since I don't have to worry about the punishment of the 8 Cloud General, I can fight without worry. I'm just worried about not having enough experience points.
Boom, boom, boom.
All sorts of powerful attacks came once more. Beasts formed by secret techniques, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights, etc., swept over with a howl.
Die!
Jiang Xi roared in the face of all this. Using the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra as a guide, he channeled all the strength in his body, including his strongest world power, into the shuttle of Heaven-Reaching Tower. Swoosh! This shuttle of Heaven-Reaching Tower that could already unleash the power of a Grade 7 Cardinal Treasure swept out with a 5-colored sword light. At this moment, he unleashed his full combat strength. Counterattack!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The phantom images of the secret techniques scattered upon contact and could not block the shuttle of Heaven-Reaching Tower at all. What? That's impossible. A half-step Heavenly Venerable's attack is this strong. The 6 Supreme Universe Tao Lords of the 3 major organizations were all utterly stunned. Be careful. Retreat. Retreat. Just as they were shocked, their expressions changed again, and they retreated in all directions. This was because after Jiang Xi's long shuttle swept away their attacks, its power did not diminish at all. It had already broken through the void and arrived in front of them. With the support of this special treasure, his strength was at the level of a half-step Empyrean.
Chi.
The tip of the long shuttle was the tip of the sky-reaching tower. It was the sharpest part of this special supreme treasure. As Jiang Xi attacked with full force, the tip of the shuttle pierced straight into the body of a Cosmos Tao Lord of the Heavenwing race. Boom! Energy instantly erupted. The cosmic Tao Lord was like a balloon that had been punctured. His aura had been halved, and his power had been greatly reduced. Quick, save me. She panicked and flapped her 5 pairs of white wings. She didn't have a 6th-tier defensive treasure, so in front of a 7th-tier supreme treasure, she was practically defenseless. No one can save you, Jiang Xi said coldly as the long shuttle pierced out once more. With the strength and speed of a half-step Empyrean, this cosmic Tao Lord of the Heavenwing race was unable to block Jiang Xi's simple piercing attack, even though she had reached the end of her path. She was stabbed, and her eyes were filled with terror. Then, they quickly turned blank and lost their luster.
Pooh!
All the energy in her body was annihilated. Even the imperishable substance was unable to heal her injuries in time. On the ground, only a 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure and a few other supreme treasures were left. Jiang Xi waved his hand and put them away. You killed a cosmic Tao Lord. Eternal experience +9. Another supreme cosmic Tao Lord had fallen. This scene caused the 5 surviving universe-level Tao Lords to be utterly shocked, their faces filled with astonishment. Was this the strength of a mountain sea Tao Lord? How is this a half-step Empyrean? Even a half-step Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill a cosmic Tao Lord so easily, right?
Swoosh.
Jiang Xi looked at the remaining 5 terrified figures. One of them was a cosmic Tao Lord from the Red Lotus, sacred ground. He was the closest to him.
Kill.
He shouted coldly as his figure flashed, and he attacked again. The long shuttle was like a dragon as it pierced through the void and pierced out. Quick, attack together and kill the mountain sea Tao Lord. The cosmic Tao Lord from the Red Lotus sacred ground was shocked as he shouted at the hundreds of Tao Lords in the square. However, many of the Tao Lords were still in shock and couldn't react in time.
Chi. Chi.
Jiang Xi's long shuttle stabbed out continuously. It seemed to be extremely slow, but it was extremely fast. In an instant, it stabbed out more than 100 times. You killed a cosmic Tao Lord. Eternal experience +9. In less than a second, this cosmic Tao Lord from the Red Lotus sacred ground was annihilated. Just a moment ago, he had been ridiculing the humans of the 4th universe arrogantly. Now, his body had been destroyed, and he had become Jiang Xi's experience points. He had even contributed 2 6th-tier supreme treasures to Jiang Xi. It had to be said that the experts of the Red Lotus sacred ground were rich. However, at this moment, the hundreds of Tao Lords in the square had already come back to their senses. They felt a strong threat and made the same choice. They temporarily put down their deductions and chose to attack Jiang Xi because it was too terrifying. The technique left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General could kill a top-notch cosmic Tao Lord with a single strike. Jiang Xi could actually do something similar and easily kill a top-notch cosmic Tao Lord. Even with a 6th-tier defensive supreme treasure, it couldn't withstand the continuous stabs of the long shuttle.
Boom. Boom.
On the black stone square, terrifying secret technique attacks condensed. No expert dared to approach Jiang Xi now, so they were all using long-range attacks. However, their power didn't decrease. More than 100 Tao Lords joined forces, and most of them were cosmic Tao Lords. The terrifying energy attacks gathered together, and their power directly reached the heavenly venerable level. Oh no! Jiang Xi's expression changed as he gave up on killing the other 3 cosmic Tao Lords. Swoosh! The long shuttle in his hand disappeared. Then, a stream of light flew out of his body and instantly turned into an ancient 9-story pagoda. With a rumble, it landed on the ground. At the same time, Jiang Xi had already entered the space of the sky-piercing tower. A flying supreme treasure in the shape of a pagoda. Hiding in a flying supreme treasure? Do you think you can block our combined attacks like this?
Fool.
Hiding in a flying supreme treasure is courting death. Every attack of our combined power is at the heavenly venerable level. Even if you hide in a 6th-tier flying supreme treasure, our attacks can still kill you time and time again through the obstruction of the supreme treasure. The experts of the Great Sky's sacred ground, Red Lotus sacred ground, and the heavenly feather race who were in charge of all of this were sneering.
Boom. Boom.
In the next moment, a large number of powerful secret technique attacks poured down and completely drowned the 9-story pagoda. Splash! Amidst the surging energy, the 9-story pagoda shook violently and even showed signs of collapsing. Finally, when the energy subsided, the 9-story pagoda swayed and finally stood on the ground again. Looks like it really is a 6th-tier flying supreme treasure. Everyone, continue to attack with all your might. We must kill him at this stage. A universe realm Tao Lord of the heavenly feather race said coldly,
Kill him.
Attack with all your might. None of the 100 over Tao Lords showed mercy. They all used their strongest attacks. Since they had attacked, they would finish him off directly. They could not leave any future trouble.
Boom. Boom.
Terrifying secret technique attacks condensed once again. In the space of the sky-piercing tower, Jiang Xi looked outside with a smile. What a joke. How could a heavenly venerable level attack shake the sky-piercing tower? Previously in the origin space of Mount Xianhuang, The power of the light blades there far exceeded the heavenly venerable level, but they could not leave any traces on the surface of the sky-piercing tower. He was under the protection of the sky-piercing tower back then, and was not affected at all. How could the attacks of these 100 over Tao lords affect him? It was just a futile effort. Of course, this also showed how powerful and precious the sky-piercing tower was therefore. He disguised himself earlier on and put away the long shuttle into his body before transforming into the form of the tower again. Then, when the 100 over Tao lords attacked together, he deliberately caused the sky-piercing tower to shake violently to create the illusion that it was a grade 6 cardinal treasure. Otherwise, with their attacks alone, the sky-piercing tower could have remained motionless. I'll let you guys attack. I'll just stay here quietly and deduce the heavenly king diagram. Jiangxi's spirit consciousness passed through the sky-piercing tower and entered the heavenly king diagram.
Boom. Boom.
In the square, the 100 over Tao lords led by Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and Heavenly Feather Race were anxious after more than 10 consecutive attacks. That was because they discovered that Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who was hiding in the tower, was not affected at all. He actually extended his spirit consciousness into the heavenly king diagram right in front of them and began deducing. We miscalculated. To think that he would have a grade 6 flying treasure. That's right. Lord Ming didn't obtain this flying treasure from our race back then. Looks like he obtained it from the Chaos Sea himself. He's truly blessed. Blessed? Then he deserves to die even more. But how can we deal with him now? He probably still has the grade 6 armor and grade 6 essence spirit supreme treasures that Lord Ming gave him. With such a defense, even if our energy reaches the level of a heavenly venerable, it's still far from a true heavenly venerable. It won't pose much of a threat to him. Furthermore, we still have to deduce. We can't keep attacking him together. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch up to his deduction speed. More than 100 Tao lords began to have internal differences. They could not put the cart before the horse and attack Tao Lord Mountain Sea together. There are only 2 ways to deal with him now: a heavenly venerable or a grade 7 cardinal treasure. A Tao lord suddenly suggested, yes, that's the only way. A true celestial, or a 7th tier precious treasure, would be able to shake this pagoda and kill Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of our Great Sky Sacred Ground brought 4 grade 7 cardinal treasures over. Unfortunately, he's outside and can't send them in. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust of our Red Lotus Sacred Ground is the same. It seems like we can only let a Heavenly Venerable take action. Heavenly Feather Race, only your Heavenly Venerable is here among our 3 factions. It's up to your Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, everyone looked at Tao Lord Shinfang and Tao Lord Jinlan, who were busy deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The husband and wife Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race had not taken action, but they had also noticed the situation here. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Sacred Lords, we can't do anything even if we join forces. I'm afraid only the Sacred Lords can deal with Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Shinfang used his spiritual consciousness to awaken the 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords. These 2 Heavenly Venerables had been very low-key and focused on deducing the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. They rarely paid attention to what was happening outside and had no intention of interfering. This was because they were very wary of Divine General 8 Clouds. Right now, more than 100 Tao Lords had joined forces, but could not do anything to Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Their only hope was these 2 Heavenly Venerables. Shenfang, Jinlan, when we first arrived here, Divine General 8 Clouds warned us and forbade us from interfering with the other candidates. If either of us were to interfere, we would definitely die. The 3rd Sacred Lord sent a voice transmission helplessly. This? Tao Lord Shinfang and Tao Lord Jinlan were shocked. At the same time, the 3rd Sacred Lord also sent a voice transmission to the Tao Lords of the 3 factions to inform them of the situation. Then what should we do now? We can only watch as Tao Lord Mountain Sea continues to deduce and obtain the inheritance. Tao Lord Tua Yi sent a voice transmission back with a frown. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky's Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground also said similar words to pressure the Heavenly Feather Race. The third and fourth Sacred Lords exchanged a glance and quickly came to a decision. My race has a rank 7 flying type treasure, the Rippling Palace, which I brought in. Although its offensive capabilities are inferior to a rank 7 flying type treasure, it has a special suppressive ability. It can suppress both Tao Lord Mountain Sea and that rank 6 flying type treasure, the third Sacred Lord said in a low voice. However, the requirements for this rank 7 flying type treasure to recognize an owner are very high. If it's a Tao Lord, he must have a primordial spirit at the heavenly venerate level. The Tao Lords of your 2 sacred lands have all lived for many eons. Some of them should have primordial spirits at the heavenly venerate level. You can nominate any one of them to temporarily recognize this treasure as its owner and suppress Tao Lord Mountain Sea. A rank 7 flying type treasure should be enough to kill him. Who will do it? The Tao Lords of the Great Sky's Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground were somewhat hesitant. This was because there was a high chance that the one who did it would die. My Heavenly Feather Race has already taken out a rank 7 flying type treasure. Do you want us to send a powerhouse to take the risk? The fourth Sacred Lord sneered. Actually, the 2 heavenly venerates were anxious as well. If Divine General 8 Clouds hadn't forbidden them, they would have personally taken action long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to take out a rank 7 flying type treasure. After all, this was the only rank 7 flying type treasure the Heavenly Feather Race had. It was a cornerstone treasure of their race. Moreover, the third Sacred Lord was prepared. Once Tao Lord Mountain Sea was suppressed, he would immediately take back this flying type treasure and prevent Divine General 8 Clouds from taking it away. In that case, my Great Sky's Sacred Ground will do it. In the end, an 8-armed Tao Lord with a heavenly venerate level primordial spirit stepped forward. This was Tao Lord Beishir of the Great Sky's Sacred Ground. He was an ancient existence who had been a top-tier universe Tao Lord many eons ago. He also had a clone, so he didn't have to worry about dying. In addition, the speed at which he derived the Heavenly King diagram was clearly slower than his fellow tribesmen. Thus, he was willing to step forward and contribute to his race. Very good. The third Sacred Lord nodded. With my race's rank 7 flying type treasure, the Rippling Palace, unless Tao Lord Mountain Sea also has a rank 7 flying type treasure, he won't be able to escape the might of my rank 7 flying type treasure. After saying this, he didn't do anything. Third Sacred Lord, that Rippling Palace. Tao Lord Beishir stood to the side, waiting for the third Sacred Lord to take out the rank 7 flying type treasure. The 100 or so Tao Lords present were also watching the scene. Haha, you're giving it away just like that? Do you think my Heavenly Feather Race is stupid? The third Sacred Lord laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery. After all, this is a rank 7 flying type treasure. If Divine General 8 Clouds doesn't take it away in the end, and you refuse to return it, what should we do? The fourth Sacred Lord sneered. Then what should the 2 Sacred Lords do, so that they won't worry? Tao Lord Beishir was expressionless. The Heavenly Feather Race had existed for less than 1 eons. In terms of age, he had lived for much longer than the 2 Sacred Lords. Thus, he wasn't afraid of the third Sacred Lord and the fourth Sacred Lord. How about this? Your Great Sky's Sacred Ground will give me 10 rank 6 flying type treasures. After dealing with Tao Lord Mountain Sea, we'll exchange them back. The third Sacred Lord said. If your rank 7 flying type treasure is taken away by Divine General 8 Clouds, will you still return it to us? Tao Lord Beishir asked in a low voice. Those rank 6 flying type treasures are useless to me. My Heavenly Feather Race doesn't lack rank 6 flying type treasures, the third Sacred Lord sneered. Using 10 rank 6 flying type treasures as collateral in exchange for a rank 7 flying type treasure that might be taken away by Divine General 8 Clouds. Is there a problem? Moreover, we're all in danger of dying in this inheritance. Do you think my Heavenly Feather Race will swallow everything? Or are you suspecting a Heavenly Venerate? The fourth Sacred Lord said coldly. Do you know how precious my Rippling Palace is? It's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not. The third sacred lord said again. The great sky's sacred ground had sent out a total of 50 Tao lords. In the end, 32 of them had made it here. Moreover, these Tao lords were all elites of the great sky's sacred ground. Almost all of them had at least one rank 6 flying-type treasure. After weighing the pros and cons, they agreed to the third sacred lord's request. All right, let's do it. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Great Sky's Sacred Ground quickly made the exchange. The Heavenly Feather Race picked and chose the 10 most valuable rank 6 flying-type treasures. This is the Rippling Palace. The third sacred lord waved his hand and took out an item. A colorful palace appeared in midair. It faintly emitted an aura that affected this space-time. Tao Lord Beishir's eyes flashed with a fiery light. The Great Sky's sacred ground had many rank 7 flying-type treasures. However, most of them were in the hands of heavenly venerates. He didn't have the right to possess a rank 7 flying-type treasure then. He began to try to refine the Rippling Palace. Until now, none of the 100 Tao lords present suspected that Jiang Xi had a rank 7 flying-type treasure. There were too few rank 7 flying-type treasures. No matter how lucky a young fellow who had lived for less than 100,000 years was, it was impossible for him to obtain such a precious flying-type treasure. However, they didn't know that Jiang Xi's 6-level mountain and sky tower were both existences that surpassed rank 7 flying-type treasures. On the Black Stone Plaza, the 9-story heavenly tower sat there quietly, not moving at all. Within the space of Sky Tower, Jiang Xi had been observing the situation outside. As the 100 Tao lords and 2 heavenly venerates outside were communicating with their spiritual senses, Jiang Xi couldn't find out what they were planning. However, when the Tao lords of the Great Sky's sacred ground took out rank 6 flying-type treasures and the third sacred lord took out the Rippling Palace, Jiang Xi immediately guessed what they were going to do. The rank 7 flying-type treasure, Rippling Palace? The Heavenly Feather Race's defining treasure was brought in as well? I heard from Master 9 Firmaments that the Rippling Palace has a special suppressive ability. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He wasn't worried about his own safety. A rank 7 flying-type treasure couldn't shake the Sky Tower. If they use the Rippling Palace to suppress the Sky Tower later and discover that they failed, I'll be fine, but the Sky Tower will be exposed. If they can't even take the rank 7 flying-type treasure, they'll definitely know that the Sky Tower is at least a rank 7 flying-type treasure. It might even be higher. Many heavenly venerates will covet it. Even the Heavenly Feather Race, the third greatest power in the Chaos Sea, only had one rank 7 flying-type treasure. One could only imagine how valuable a rank 7 flying-type treasure was. Only the 2 Holy Land universes had accumulated so many calamity eras that they had more rank 7 flying-type treasures. Also, I've only just refined the 75th seal of the Sky Tower. The power I can unleash is only at the rank 7 flying-type treasure level. What if I can't stop the Rippling Palace even after activating the Sky Tower? What should I do? Jiang Xi's mind raced. Whether or not he could block the Rippling Palace's suppression was extremely disadvantageous for him. Jiang Xi pondered while observing the situation outside. Suddenly, his gaze landed on his black stone pillar. His eyes lit up as he came up with a plan. Haha, then I won't have to worry. While Tao Lord Beishir was refining the Rippling Palace swoosh, the 9-story tower, which had been silent all this time, suddenly flew to the top of a black stone pillar and landed. The base of the 9-story tower was originally flat, but now, under Jiang Xi's control, it caved in. This way, the entire tower embedded the black stone pillar into the hollow at the bottom. The 9-story tower rapidly grew taller and taller.
Wow.
The tip of the tower finally reached the barrier formed by the red mist above. It felt as though it could support both heaven and earth. Haha, you think this will work? Tao Lord Beishir laughed. At this moment, he had just finished refining the tower. He activated the Rippling Palace in his hand and tossed it into the air. The colorful palace suddenly expanded, diagonally facing the 9-story tower.
Boom.
The rippling palace instantly produced a terrifying devouring force that enveloped the 9-story tower. It wanted to suck both the tower and Jiang Xi into the rank 7 flying-type treasure. When the sky tower trembled violently, as though it was about to be sucked away. However, it was still a little short. It didn't succeed. How can this be? Dao Lord Beishir stared at the 3rd Sacred Lord in shock and anger. There's no way it can't be sucked in. Unless his tower is also a rank 7 flying-type treasure. The 3rd Sacred Lord frowned. No, the 4th Sacred Lord suddenly said in a low voice, that tower isn't a rank 7 flying-type treasure. It's the Black Stone Pillar. Just now, Dao Lord Mountain Sea moved his supreme treasure and embedded it into the Black Stone Pillar. Those black stone pillars were left behind by the 8 Cloud Generals, and they are one with this plaza. The mystic arts condensed from them can instantly kill even the most elite of universe Dao Lords. It's clear that the stone pillar contains a terrifying amount of power. If you want to suck Dao Lord Mountain Sea and the tower into the rippling palace, you'll probably have to break the black stone pillar as well. What? How can this be? I've never seen something like this before. The 100+ Dao Lords in the plaza were all stunned. Chapter 614. Jiang Xi's face was all smiles as he stood within the Skirich Pavilion. The Skirich Pavilion was currently stuck firmly in the black stone pillar. Even if the Skirich Pavilion wasn't a 7th-tier supreme treasure, the enemy would still have to separate it from the black stone pillar if they wanted to take it away. However, this clearly wasn't going to work. Both the Skirich Pavilion and the stone pillars left behind by the 8 Cloud Generals were unshakable. This created a false impression. The experts outside would mistakenly believe that the reason they couldn't take the Skirich Pavilion away was because of the black stone pillars. That way, they wouldn't suspect that the Skirich Pavilion was a supreme treasure. Damn it! That sly human. Although the 7th-tier supreme treasure, the Palace of Tidal Waves, is powerful, it can't break apart the black stone pillars at all. It seems there really is no other way. And the stone pillar that Dao Lord Mountain Sea is attached to is his. Even if he hides in the tower forever, he'll still be able to deduce the Heavenly King diagram at any time. The experts quickly realized these problems. They were all infuriated, but there was nothing they could do.
Ugh.
There's no other way to get rid of this threat. Dao Lord Beishir, return the Palace of Tidal Waves to me, the 3rd Sacred Lord said, giving up as well. Dao Lord Beishir hesitated for a moment, then exchanged glances with the other experts of the Juntian Sacred Land. In the end, he decided to trade supreme treasures with the 3rd Sacred Lord in exchange for the 10 6th-tier supreme treasures of the Juntian Sacred Land. Now that things had developed to this point, there was nothing the 3 major powers could do.
There's no other way.
There's only one stupid way left. Attack the tower. Attack it again and again. This is a 6th-tier supreme treasure. At most, it can weaken most of the attacks. Even the shockwaves from the attacks will affect it. I refuse to believe that it'll be able to calm down enough to deduce the Heavenly King diagram.
Fine.
Let's choose a few more Dao Lords and attack it together. Instantly, the 3 major powers each sent out 2 more cosmic-level Dao Lords, in addition to the 3 who had survived earlier. The 9 supreme cosmic-level Dao Lords attacked the 9-level tower that was embedded into the black stone pillar non-stop. Rumble, the 9-level tower trembled slightly, as though it was being affected, but of course, this was all a disguise. Even the violent shaking when the Palace of Tidal Waves had been used to suppress the tower was all a disguise. No matter how crazy you all are, it's all in vain. Jiang Xi was leisurely sitting cross-legged in sky-piercing tower. He was even in the mood to take out his wine gourd and drink. Although he could only unleash the power of a 7th-stage supreme treasure of the Heavenly Tower, the original grade of this special supreme treasure was higher than that. From Nishan's words, it could be inferred that the sky-reaching tower was the same as the Xianhuang Mountain. It should also be a Tier 9 supreme treasure. Given how tough this supreme treasure was, not even the terrifying blades of light from Mount Xuanhuang's quintessence region had been able to shake it. The 9 cosmic Tao Lords outside were even less able to do anything to it. Their frenzied attacks did not even count as tickling Heaven-span Tower. Jiang Xi was in the space of the Heavenly Tower and was not affected at all. He could concentrate on studying the Heavenly King diagram. I don't even need to use my spiritual sense to explore the pattern made of light and shadow. Universe 4, inside the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In a quiet part of the starry sky, there were large stars orbiting around and nebulas circulating. A mysterious pattern made of gigantic light and shadow seemed to be ever-changing as it hovered silently in the starry sky. A wisp of Jiang Xi's clone's spirit consciousness transformed into a spirit body and appeared here, looking at the pattern. Although the Heavenly King diagram is ever-changing, the composition of the light and shadow is fixed. I've memorized the process of the 8 clouds divine general using the light and shadow to condense this pattern. Naturally, I can simulate the same pattern in the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In the civilization of the 8 clouds divine general, even children could deduce the Heavenly King diagram. This meant that although the diagram was mysterious, it was extremely difficult to deduce. However, as long as one remembered the way the light and shadow formed the pattern, it was not difficult to sketch it out. It was just like how everyone knew that 1 + 1 is equal to 2 and could write it out casually, but they did not know why it was equal to 2. By the same logic, he could simulate the exact same Heavenly King diagram, but he did not know how many changes there were within. As for the Heavenly King diagram before him, Jiang Xi did not simulate it early on because he expected that he would be attacked. This was because after Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Clouds knew of the existence of the Heavenly King diagram, they immediately asked Jiang Xi to simulate the Heavenly King diagram into the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. Clearly, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord 9 Clouds, and the other Tao Lords of the human race were very curious about the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the most popular deduction game in the civilization of the 8 Clouds Divine General. It was also a supplementary cultivation method. As Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables, there was no one who was not curious. Therefore, Jiang Xi tried to simulate the Heavenly King diagram. He only needed to simulate 1 copy. With the ability of the Heavenly Mountain River diagram, he could naturally replicate more copies so that every Tao Lord of the human race could study it. In the future, even the perfected lords and 9 tribulation transcendos of the human race could train and improve their comprehension through deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram is too mysterious. It seems to hide a great world and is the truth of everything in the world. I have to deduce and study it properly. The spiritual consciousness of Jiang Xi's clone began to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, he did not forget to deduce the Taoist technique and strive to advance it to the level of the Heavenly Tao as soon as possible so that he could become a Tao Lord. He looked at his experience points. Experience: 1,880 trillion eternal experience. 19 yuan in the battle in the 8 Cloud Ruins just now. He had killed 2 Universe Tao Lords in a row and obtained 18 yuan of eternal experience points. These experience points were enough for him to deduce for tens of thousands of years. This was where Jiang Xi's confidence came from. Time passed. In the Myriad World's ruins, one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, outside the 8 Cloud Ruins shrouded in red fog, more and more powerhouses from various factions rushed over. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of the Great Sky Sacred Land and Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust of the Red Lotus Sacred Land reached a tacit understanding at this time and blocked the stone door. Great Sky Sacred Land, Red Lotus Sacred Land. You are not troubled by the crisis of the calamity, but you still want to snatch this inheritance. Do you think your 2 sacred lands can stop the entire first universe? Stop all the 4 primal universes? 2 old farts get lost. Get lost. You destroyed the eternal hope of my race. This is a life and death feud. We will not rest until one of us is dead. In front of eternity, I don't care if you are a sacred land or not. Everyone attack together. At the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins, the battle had already turned red. The crisis of the calamity was imminent. In the face of life and death, the various factions of the four primal universes did not care about sacred lands. Two sacred land universes actually dared to join forces to block the door. Weren't they courting death? Instantly, the three heavenly venerables and dozens of Tao lords gathered here joined forces and attacked crazily. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo and Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust both had 7th grade true treasures, so they were naturally not afraid of them. You can block us for now, but do you think you can block us forever? When all the other factions arrive, you still won't be able to block them. Back off. Damn it. Shameless sacred land universes. The powerhouses blocked outside the door became angrier and angrier. There were close to 100 factions in the Chaos Sea. In terms of overall strength, the Great Skies Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land were ranked first and second. However, compared to the four primal universes, even the weakest universe, the fourth, had to join forces with the two sacred lands to be about the same level. As for the first three primal universes, such as the first, there were close to 100 heavenly venerables alone. In comparison, the two sacred land universes added together and multiplied by 10 times would barely be able to catch up to the entire first universe. Because the sacred land universes were unable to produce heavenly venerables, the heavenly venerables who were still alive were those who had survived before the sacred land universes were established. Moreover, the heavenly venerables of the sacred land universes did not have miniature universes, so they were weaker than those of the same level. Compared to the heavenly venerables of the four primal universes, their advantage was that they had excavated many ancient inheritances and 7th grade true treasures in the Chaos Sea over a long period of time. With the help of these inheritances and true treasures, their actual combat strength was still considered passable. This was why the two old guys from the Great Skies Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land could block the stone door of the 8 cloud ruins for more than a year. However, soon, 8 heavenly venerables rushed over with more than 100 Tao lords and charged in mightily. There was no way such a huge formation could stop them. Then, after the 8 heavenly venerables sent their own people in, they also joined the ranks of blocking the door, blocking the forces behind with the Great Skies Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land. Only 3 months had passed since this interception. The last batch of more than 20 heavenly venerables joined forces and led a large number of Tao lords, perfected lords, and a massive army of 9 tribulation transcenders into the 8 cloud ruins. At this point, the nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea had basically participated. However, towards the end, the selection of the 8 cloud generals was obviously much stricter. If Jiangxi's batch was said to have eliminated 20 to 30% of the candidates, then 20 to 30% would be eliminated. Now, because there were too many candidates, the elimination rate had greatly increased. The elimination rate of Tao lords and perfected lords had reached 80%, and the elimination rate of 9 tribulation transcenders had reached 99%. There were so many candidates, but only a small portion of them had passed the 9-realm bridge and reached the 3rd square. On the Blackstone Square, the experts and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands had gathered. Excluding those who had been eliminated in the first 2 rounds or killed by the puppets of the 9 realms, there were not many candidates left from the various forces. There were even fewer heavenly venerables and Tao lords. However, the heavenly venerables and Tao lords who could make it here were naturally outstanding among those of the same level. The Jun Tian Holy Land had 32 Tao lords. The Red Lotus Holy Land had 18 Tao lords. The first universe had 8 heavenly venerables and 185 Tao lords. The second universe had 5 heavenly venerables and 125 Tao lords. The third universe had 2 heavenly venerables and 98 Tao lords. The fourth universe had 32 Tao lords. In the face of the calamity, almost every force had sent their elites and geniuses from the number of experts. One could see how powerful the first universe was. Even the 2 holy lands didn't have any advantage. They could only bow their heads and avoid the danger for the time being. In fact, the forces of the 4 primal universes were still restrained and didn't really go all out. This was because the two Holy Lands had only sent Tao Lords, perfected Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders. No heavenly venerables had entered the 8 Cloud Ruins. In terms of heritage and secrets, the various forces of the 4 primal universes couldn't compare to the 2 Holy Lands. In the eyes of the various forces, the 2 Holy Lands, which had always been aloof in the past, had sent a large number of their people in this time. Obviously, the inheritance this time was very important. However, the 2 Holy Lands didn't send any heavenly venerables in. This also showed that heavenly venerables weren't of much use. Therefore, other than the 2 heavenly venerables from the Heavenly Feather clan, the other forces weren't so blind. Especially the 4th universe, where no heavenly venerables had entered. After a large number of candidates poured into the 3rd square, they saw a strange scene.
Boom. Boom.
9 Supreme Universe Tao Lords were constantly unleashing attacks against a 9-level pagoda. All kinds of beasts, saber lights, sword lights, fist marks, palm marks formed by secret techniques. They emitted a terrifying power, and the explosions caused the entire black stone square to tremble slightly. What's going on?
Who are those Tao Lords attacking?
Some of the newcomers were both stunned and puzzled. Inside the 9-story tower being attacked is Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the 4th universe's human race. It's said that Tao Lord Mountain Sea is most likely to obtain the inheritance, so everyone is trying their best to effect his deduction. Those 9 Tribulation Transcenders secretly transmitted their voices to each other. There were too many 9 Tribulation Transcenders present. For example, almost every force in the 1st universe had brought thousands of 9 Tribulation Transcenders. Even the Heavenly Feather clan had sent another batch of 9 Tribulation Transcenders. After all, the lives of 9 Tribulation Transcenders were worthless. As a result, the number of 9th Tribulation Transcenders from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes on the Black Stone Square was still close to 100,000, even after going through 2 rounds of screening. The number of perfected lords was close to 5,000. The number of Tao Lords was close to 500. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you want to obtain the inheritance? Don't be delusional, puny 4th universe's human race. This is a disaster for you, not a blessing. Attack him. In addition to the 9 top-notch universe Tao Lords, the other major forces also occasionally sent powerhouses to attack. It was as if they were using Jiangxi as a punching bag and dared to attack anyone. In the space of Heavenly Tower, Jiangxi looked outside with an indifferent expression. Laugh all you want. When I obtain the inheritance in the end, you will be dumbfounded. However, it seems that Divine General 8 Clouds really wants to choose the best inheritor. He actually lets so many candidates in. Even my 4th universe's human camp has sent quite a few. This time, because the 4th universe's forces were the weakest and they didn't send many powerhouses, they temporarily joined forces. The human race, the monster race, the ghost race, and dozens of top races joined forces and sent a batch of candidates in. Of course, there weren't many left who could really cross the 9-realm bridge and arrive at the Black Stone Square. Among them, the human camp only had 1 universe Tao Lord Clear Flame, 14 perfected lords, and 159 Tribulation Transcenders. Tao Lord Clear Flame was the sect leader of the Tao sect, and he took a great risk to enter this time. How pitiful! Tao Lord Mountain Sea has become the target of everyone. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. The 32 Tao Lords of the 4th universe gathered together. Tao Lord Clear Flame saw that the other 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes often attacked Jiangxi. Although he was very angry, there was nothing he could do. As for the monster race, ghost race, and other races, although their words were beautiful, they were probably secretly gloating. They were only temporarily allied, and were still hostile races. They didn't want to see the human race become stronger. Time flew by year after year. In the blink of an eye, nearly 300 years had passed. They originally thought that the test of the Heavenly King diagram wouldn't take too long, but the current situation showed that it would probably take a long time. This was because the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram was too difficult. The powerhouses and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes all felt the complexity and variability of the process at first. They felt that it was simple. But the further they went, the more difficult the deduction became, and it rose in a straight line. I've finally deduced the 2999th change. In the starry sky of the Heavenly King diagram in the 4th universe, the spirit body of Jiangxi's clone stood in front of the simulated Heavenly King diagram and deduced seriously. In the past 300 years, as he deduced one correct change after another, the efficiency of Jiangxi's deduction kept decreasing, and the deduction speed became slower and slower. It actually took him nearly 300 years to deduce the 2999th change. One had to know that in the first month, he had already deduced 100 changes. Now, the difficulty had increased by dozens of times. The 3000th change, the difficulty has increased again. Jiangxi took a deep breath. The 3000th change should be another bottleneck. The most difficult part of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was that the changes that had already been deduced would interfere with each other in his mind. The more changes that were deduced, the greater the interference in the future. And when Jiangxi deduced the 3000 change, he clearly felt that the previous 2999 changes were about to interfere with him to a higher level. In the Heavenly King diagram, when the spirit body of Jiangxi's clone was using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram, a handsome man in a purple Taoist robe was standing not far away and watching. The handsome man's eyes were like stars, faintly hiding the mystery of the entire universe's operation. He had a smile on his face, and just his smile could make people feel relaxed and happy. This Jiangxi, as expected of the strongest genius in the history of our human race. The man in the purple Taoist robe was observing Jiangxi. The strange thing was that Jiangxi's eyes could clearly see in this direction, but it was as if he couldn't see this man. With Jiangxi's current strength, in the Heavenly King diagram, even if it was Venerable Ming, it was impossible for him to be completely invisible in front of Jiangxi. Only the creator of the Heavenly King diagram, Venerable Zishao, could be completely invisible in front of Jiangxi, so that Jiangxi couldn't detect him. He is cultivated for an extremely short period of time, and his talent and perception are rare in the world. Venerable Zishao smiled and praised. From the fact that he cultivates 7 Taoist techniques at the same time, it can be seen how strong his perception is. Even Venerable Ming is much inferior to him. The human experts had separated a wisp of their spiritual consciousness to deduce the Heavenly King diagram in the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the strongest mystic technique that Venerable Zishao used, so he was very clear about the deduction progress of the various human experts. He was shocked to discover that Jiangxi's deduction speed was far faster than that of any human Tao Lord. Even Venerable Ming was far inferior to Jiangxi. Heavenly Venerables, Tao Lords, Perfected Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders. These 4 levels are different in strength, and the strength of the essence soul varies. In terms of deduction speed, there is a fundamental gap. It is difficult to make up for it just by relying on perception. From this, it can be speculated that the requirements of the 8 clouds divine general for the candidates of each level should be different. Venerable Zishao muttered to himself. Jiangxi is only a 5th transformation true lord, so the requirements shouldn't be high. However, he can deduce so quickly. It's not strange that he is targeted by the 8 clouds divine general. That's why he created some difficulty for him and forced him to reach his limits. Venerable Zishao chuckled and looked into the distance as if he could see the end of this world. Venerable Ming is obviously much worse in terms of deduction. This is related to his personality. He is usually too calm, and after a long time, his drive has long been worn away. He shook his head. Otherwise, as a 3rd step heavenly venerable with such a strong essence soul, he wouldn't be inferior to Jiangxi in terms of deduction speed. Venerable Zishao walked to Jiangxi's side and sat down cross-legged. Jiangxi didn't notice at all. If I were also a 5th transformation true lord, my deduction speed would probably be comparable to Jiangxi's. He was invincible in the Chaos Sea back then and had already reached the end of the heavenly venerable path. Of course, his foundation was extremely high. In terms of strength, Venerable Ming was far inferior to him. In the entire Chaos Sea, the only ones who could truly defeat him were the two Supremes who rarely appeared. Moreover, he was eternally suppressed by the Fourth Universe for countless years. It was also a kind of cultivation that allowed him to become more complete and powerful. It was only because he was eternally suppressed that he couldn't leave. The 6,000th change is indeed difficult to deduce. Venerable Zishao stared at the mysterious pattern formed by light and shadow and frowned slightly. He was originally a genius, and his talent was second only to Jiang Xi. Back then, he led the entire human race to become the strongest race in the Fourth Universe with his own strength. His own strength was invincible in the Chaos Sea. Moreover, after being eternally suppressed for so many years, the strength of his essence soul had long surpassed the heavenly venerable level and reached the supremacy level. Therefore, his deduction speed was much faster than Jiang Xi's experience panel. If Jiang Xi knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. There was actually a human-shaped cheater in this world. Of course, Jiang Xi had already discovered a pattern. The speed and efficiency of the experience panel's deduction was related to his cultivation and essence soul strength. The higher his cultivation and essence soul strength, the higher the speed and efficiency of the panel's deduction. Venerable Zizhao's essence soul strength was already at the supremacy level, but his essence soul strength was still at the universe level. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. The fact that he could rely on the experience panel to far surpass Venerable Ming, who was a third-step heavenly venerable, in terms of deduction was enough to prove the power of the panel. Venerable Zishao carefully observed the Heavenly King diagram and deduced the changes within. Heavenly King? What kind of powerful existence is this to be able to create such an unbelievable and mysterious diagram? It's countless times more complicated than my strongest mystic technique, the heaven-connecting mountain river diagram. In my opinion, if I can comprehend this Heavenly King diagram, I might be able to obtain a precious inheritance that's not inferior to the 8 clouds inheritance. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament silently sat cross-legged beside Riverward, carefully comprehending and deducing. However, Jiang Xi did not know that there was a human-shaped cheater sitting beside him. Chapter 615. Chaos Sea, 8 Cloud Ruins, the Third Square. The Heavenly King diagram formed by light and shadow was suspended in midair in the center of the square, changing mysteriously. Below, more than 100,000 black stone pillars rose from the ground and stood erect around the pattern. Each black stone pillar corresponded to a candidate. The powerhouses and geniuses from nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea were seriously deducing this mysterious diagram. Of course, there were more than 10 Dao lords attacking the 9-story tower to interfere with Jiang Xi's deduction. In fact, as time passed, the threat of Jiang Xi in everyone's hearts had decreased by a lot. This was because although Jiang Xi and Dao Lord Tuoyi were the first batch to enter, they had only entered 1 or 2 years earlier. Now that 300 years had passed, the advantage of 1 or 2 years had become very small. However, everyone had attacked for a long time and had formed a habit. When they were tired of deducing, they would attack Jiang Xi's 9-story tower to relieve their boredom. Ding dong! A pleasant sound rang out, waking up every candidate present. Huh? What's going on? What happened? What's that sound? Look, it's Divine General 8 Clouds. Whether it was Heavenly Venerables or 9 Tribulation Transcenders, more than 100,000 candidates gathered their gazes. In midair, a blood-colored light appeared and condensed into a red-armored figure holding a heavenly halberd. It was Divine General 8 Clouds, who had not appeared in 300 years. His eyes, which were like the 9 nether abyss, fell on the 9-story tower. Candidate, Universe 4 Mountain Sea, has reached the minimum requirement.
What?
This is impossible. Dao Lord Mountain Sea has reached the minimum requirements. The candidates of the various forces were shocked. In the beginning, They still regarded Dao Lord Mountain Sea as a huge threat. But as time passed, everyone no longer thought that Dao Lord Mountain Sea was much of a threat. This was because the difficulty of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was getting higher and higher. Although it was fast at the beginning, it did not mean that it would continue to be fast. Perhaps there would be someone with high comprehension ability among the latecomers, and their deduction speed could catch up to Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Quiet. Divine General 8 clouds in different gaze swept across the square. The noisy black stone square immediately quieted down. The 8 clouds general looked at the pagoda and said softly, "Mountain Sea, come out." Whoosh. The 9-story pagoda disappeared and Jiang Xiai, who was wearing a black armor with golden patterns, stood there. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, 8 clouds Divine General. Is that Dao Monarch Mountain Sea of the 4th universe? Lord Daolord Mountain and Seas." The 9th tribulation transcenders from various forces widened their eyes and looked up at the dazzling figure in midair. This scene was fixed in the hearts of these geniuses. Jiang Xiai was well aware of what had happened because just now he had deduced the 3000th change. It was as if he had completed a stage of deduction. Of course, he was the first to reach the minimum requirement of becoming an 8-cloud Divine General. It was not only because of the help of the experience panel that his deduction speed was far ahead of the other candidates. Also, it should be related to his cultivation level. After all, his actual cultivation level was only that of a 5th revolution true monarch. Divine Generals of the 8 clouds probably had different minimum requirements for candidates of different strength. Mountain Sea. The 8 clouds Divine General looked down at Jiang Xiai. Jiang Xiai bowed slightly, ignoring the envious and hateful candidates below. Although you have reached the minimum requirement, there is still a long time before the 3rd stage. Continue deducing. The 8 clouds Divine General nodded. In this stage, the more changes you can deduce, the more help it will be to you. When you receive the inheritance in the future, you will also obtain more benefits. Yes. Jiang Xiai bowed respectfully. You can deduce at ease. From now on, no one can interfere with your deduction. As the 8 clouds Divine General spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed. Buzz. Jiang Xi's black stone pillar suddenly emitted a misty light and shadow. Like a barrier, it enveloped the entire stone pillar and also Jiang Xiai. The entire light and shadow barrier emitted a silver light, and there were complicated patterns and secret runes circulating on it. Just the power it faintly emitted made all the powerhouses present tremble in fear. Whoever dares to attack and interfere with the Mountain Sea will be eliminated and killed. The 8 clouds Divine General's cold gaze swept through the crowd killed. As soon as these words were spoken, the powerhouses of the various factions gathered in the Black Stone Square trembled. Apart from the powerhouses of the 4th universe's human camp, all the other powerhouses felt anxious, angry, and indignant. Originally, the 300 years of deduction made them think that Dao Lord Mountain Sea, who was only 1 or 2 years ahead, was not much of a threat. Especially those heavenly venerables. With the strength of their essence spirits, their deduction was naturally extremely fast, so they were confident that they could overtake him. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. The first to meet the minimum requirement was Dao Lord Mountain Sea again. We're in big trouble. This is bad. What should we do? That human really deserves to die. The Supremes have already ordered us to fight for this inheritance at all costs. The powerhouses of the various factions were furious and anxious. The group of Dao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground were also communicating with each other via voice transmission. Dao Lord Tua Yi frowned and sighed. I have no choice. From the beginning, the 8 clouds Divine General took care of Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Now, Dao Lord Mountain Sea is the first to meet his minimum requirement. As the saying goes, if one step is fast, one step will be fast. If this continues, his advantage will probably grow bigger and bigger. At that time, the chances of us obtaining the inheritance in the end will be slim. Dao Lord Tuoyi, why don't we kill Dao Lord Mountain Sea? That's right, kill him. We'd rather be killed by the Eight Clouds' divine general to kill Dao Lord Mountain Sea. We can't give him a chance. This inheritance belongs to our Red Lotus sacred ground. The other Dao Lords of the Red Lotus sacred ground suggested anxiously. Dao Lord Tuoyi shook his head.
Calm down.
We're not the only ones who are anxious now. The Great Sky's sacred ground is also anxious. Of course, the most anxious ones are the factions of the four primal universes because they are facing the crisis of the calamity. If Dao Lord Mountain Sea obtains the inheritance of the Eight Clouds, it will be equivalent to snatching away the eternal opportunity of the other factions. Therefore, they definitely can't hold back. However, in my opinion, it will be very difficult to break through that silver light barrier. Dao Lord Tuoye's words calmed the other Dao Lords of the Red Lotus sacred ground for the time being. At the same time, the various factions were secretly discussing whether to attack or what to do. The Eight Clouds' divine general looked at everyone coldly and continued, "The Mountain Sea is protected by my secret technique. Even if you want to attack, you won't be able to break through this barrier. Therefore, it's better not to send yourselves to death. There's still a long time to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Work hard. The more changes you deduce, the greater your chances of obtaining the inheritance. If anyone can deduce more than 20,000 changes in this stage, they will be able to obtain the inheritance of my Eight Clouds lineage directly." Hearing such words, everyone's reaction was very calm. This was because the requirement to deduce 20,000 changes was mentioned by the Eight Clouds' divine general when every batch of candidates entered. In the beginning, the new candidates would be very excited and full of confidence. However, when they really began to deduce, they would realize that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deduce 20,000 changes. This was something that was simply impossible to achieve. It was simply a dream. 20,000 changes? The difficulty is unimaginable. I've only just deduced 2002 changes. The third Sacred Lord sighed. The fourth Sacred Lord is stuck at the 1999th change and has reached a bottleneck. Every change in the Heavenly King diagram interferes with each other. The more changes one deduces, the greater the interference. Every 1,000 changes will increase the difficulty by a level. I wonder how difficult it will be in the future. I wonder what the minimum requirement for becoming an Eight Clouds divine general is? I've already deduced 2002 changes, which is the highest in the Heavenly Feather race. However, I still haven't reached the minimum requirement for becoming an Eight Clouds divine general. However, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord has reached the requirement. Could it be that he has deduced more than me? Or perhaps the minimum requirement for becoming a Dao Lord is different from that of a Heavenly Venerate. The third Sacred Lord guessed. On the other side, the Eight Clouds' divine general looked at Jiang Xi. He was no longer as cold as before and said, "Mountain Sea, continue to work hard." "Yes." Jiang Xi bowed again. Whoosh. The Eight Clouds' divine general nodded lightly and disappeared. The Black Stone Plaza became noisy again as all sorts of discussions rang out. Jiang Xi looked around calmly and immediately discovered that many experts were staring at him. Their gazes were filled with anger, resentment, jealousy, and killing intent. He stood within the silver light barrier and smiled at the candidates. "Come on, continue. Don't stop. Continue to attack me." As soon as he said this, the entire place exploded. Damn it. He's too arrogant. This bastard. The experts of many factions were furious. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to do anything. Previously, they had dared to attack, but now, the Eight Clouds' divine general had repeatedly emphasized that once they attacked, they would be eliminated. Moreover, the Eight Clouds' divine general had said that none of the experts present could break through the silver light barrier. Since such an existence dared to say this, he definitely had his confidence. Haha. Riverward roared with laughter, his gaze sweeping past the Dao Lords who had attacked him. This provocative gaze made the Dao Lords even angrier. However, they also understood that the Mountain Sea Dao Lord had done this on purpose. If they really attacked, they would be fools. A bunch of cowards. Jiang Xi shook his head. This sentence directly dealt a blow to the more than 100,000 experts and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes. Then, he sat cross-legged within the silver light barrier and continued to study and deduce the Sky King diagram. The experts of the various factions, especially the 2 Holy Land universes and the First Universe, all approached the light barrier to carefully sense the terrifying aura. In the end, they could only retreat helplessly. Obviously, the power of this light barrier was terrifying. These experts had already lost confidence before they even attacked. They were anxious and angry, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, they hated the Mountain Sea Tao Lord even more. Is the only chance of eternity going to be obtained by a mere human? Damn it! The human race of the 4th universe must be destroyed. All of them glared fiercely at Jiang Xi and threatened him. Jiang Xi glanced at them expressionlessly and then ignored them. These words had no power. They were just barks. He knew very well that as his advantage grew, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the various factions in the Chaos Sea sooner or later. They would hate him. This was indeed the case. Ever since the 8 Clouds Divine General gave him special treatment, the various factions had begun to surround and attack him. Since they had already shed all pretenses, he wouldn't put on any pretense, nor would he think about easing the relationship between the various factions. In front of a real opportunity, he should move forward bravely and not retreat. Jiang Xi, will definitely get this inheritance. As for the various hatred and threats, there was no need to care. In the future, he would return them one by one. Universe 4, Heaven-Reaching Tower, Mountain River Diagram. A huge Sky King diagram formed by light and shadow floated quietly in the starry sky. It was surrounded by large stars and nebulas. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in front of the Sky King diagram, quietly deducing. Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe, sat side by side with him, also comprehending this mysterious diagram. Jiang Xi, how delightful! Haha, Jiang Xi, well done. You didn't even tell us about such a delightful thing. Suddenly, several figures appeared, not far away. They were all experts of the human race. Apart from Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmament, experts such as Buddhist Venerable, Imperial Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Sword One, Tao Lord Longwall, and a few others had arrived. All of them were delighted. Jiang Xi stood up to welcome them. We just found out too. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. You're actually the first to reach the minimum requirement of the 8 Clouds Divine General. As the saying goes, the faster the faster. The longer you take, the greater your advantage. It seems that you have the greatest chance of obtaining the inheritance this time. Now, don't bother about anything else, and don't care about the threats of those factions. At most, we'll stay in Universe 4 and not go to the Chaos Sea. Those 2 sacred grounds value the 8 Clouds inheritance so much. If our race obtains this inheritance, we can even surpass those 2 sacred grounds in the future. By then, we won't be afraid of any threats. That's right. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on seizing the inheritance. Tao Lord Nine Firmament laughed as well. Heavenly Venerable Ming, Master, I understand. Jiang Xi nodded and smiled. Actually, even if they want to threaten or disturb me now, they can't do anything about it. Haha, that's good. We won't disturb you any further. Continue with your divination. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. Junior Apprentice Brother, the prosperity of our Tao Alliance's human race depends on you. Imperial Lord Mi Luo was also smiling. Mountain Sea, do your best. Show those factions in the Chaos Sea how terrifying our race's geniuses are. Tao Lord Longwall laughed as well. In the beginning, he had always been at odds with Jiang Xi. Now he had become good friends with Jiang Xi. Buddhist Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Sword One, and the others encouraged him from the side. The group of human experts chatted with Jiang Xi, but none of them, including Heavenly Venerable Ming, noticed that heavenly venerable purple firmament was silently watching from the side. Our race can only rely on them to fight for everything. I can only watch from the side. Heavenly venerable purple firmament sighed softly. Jiang Xi, work hard. He was also cheering for Jiang Xi. Ever since he had been permanently suppressed by the fourth universe, he had watched the human race encounter crisis after crisis for countless years. However, he could only watch without being able to do anything. Even though he had monstrous strength and had comprehended a lot during the battle with the fourth universe's quintessence, his primordial spirit had reached the level of primordial spirit. Now, if he were to go to the Chaos Sea's endless void to challenge eternity, he would have a certain level of confidence. Unfortunately, it was all too late. After being permanently suppressed, he could do nothing. Quintessence of the universe. I won't bow to you just like that. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I'll fight to the end. Galaxies flowed in heavenly venerable purple firmament's eyes. The universe hidden inside seemed to be about to break out of its shell, but it quickly returned to normal. He continued to look at the heavenly king diagram and divined with all his might. The top experts of all the factions in the Chaos Sea knew the importance of the Eight Clouds legacy. For the factions of the four primal universes, this legacy from countless eras ago represented eternity. For the sovereigns of the two sacred lands, it was a path that was even further than eternity. Therefore, these top experts were silently waiting and looking forward to it. They hoped that the experts and geniuses on their side, who entered the Eight Clouds ruins, could reach the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram faster. The third plaza of the Eight Clouds ruins had become a silent battlefield that the entire Chaos Sea was paying attention to. After all, the Eight Clouds legacy would determine which faction could become eternity and establish the next eternal sacred land. Dao Monarch Mountain Sea only has a temporary advantage. We still have a chance. Yes, as long as we reach the minimum requirement of 8 clouds in the third round, we can enter the fourth plaza and obtain the legacy. We must obtain this opportunity. Whether our race can become eternity depends on this. Even if we die, we must obtain this opportunity for our race. All the factions were in a frenzy. They had seen the situation clearly. It was impossible to surpass Dao Monarch Mountain Sea in the third round of the Heavenly King diagram. Therefore, they set their goal as reaching the minimum requirement of 8 clouds to enter the next plaza and obtain the legacy. As long as there was a chance, everything was possible. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years had passed. The legacy of the 8 clouds ruins had lasted for 500 years. Ding dong, on the silent black stone square, a pleasant voice rang out again, awakening more than 100,000 candidates. All the 9 tribulation transcenders, true lords, Dao monarchs, and heavenly venerables present, including Jiang Xi, who was enveloped by the silver light barrier, immediately looked up. The blood-red light gathered and condensed into a towering red-armored figure. 8 Clouds General. 8 Clouds General has appeared again. He appeared last time because Dao Monarch Mountain Sea had reached the minimum requirement. Now he's here again. Could it be me? In my race, I'm the fastest at deducing the Heavenly King diagram. I've already deduced 1,720 variations. The candidates were very excited and expectant. Jiang Xi frowned. He had already reached the minimum requirement. It couldn't be that he appeared for him again, right? Candidate, who you of the Great Sky Holy Land, has reached the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. 8 Clouds General looked at an 8-armed figure. It was a handsome man from the Great Sky Holy Land camp. At this moment, his face was full of excitement. All the candidates present, including Jiang Xi, looked over. Among the more than 100,000 candidates, this true lord who was very ordinary and didn't have much fame. He had never heard of him before. When Riverward saw this, his brows furrowed. I'm a rank 5 true lord. The second person to reach the minimum requirement is also a rank 5 true lord. A rank 5 true lord? After Dao Monarch Mountain Sea, the second person to reach the minimum requirement is actually a rank 5 true lord. There are more than 10 heavenly venerables and nearly 500 Dao monarchs present. It's fine if Dao Monarch Mountain C was the first to succeed. After all, he's a rare genius Dao monarch in the Chaos Sea. But now, a rank 5 true lord has succeeded? How can this be? Almost all the candidates were puzzled and full of doubts. Buzz, 8 Clouds, General pointed with his finger. The black stone pillar beside True Lord Huyu was also covered by a layer of silver light barrier. It was exactly the same as Jiangxi's, protecting True Lord Huyu from being disturbed by the other candidates. Huyu, the more changes you deduce, the more help it will be to you. Deduce at ease. With my secret barrier protecting you, no one will be able to hurt you. 8 Clouds General encouraged True Lord Huyu.
Yes.
True Lord Huyu bowed respectfully. 8 Clouds General nodded. Then his cold gaze swept across all the candidates present. If you reach the minimum requirement, you will be protected by me. If anyone dares to attack, they will be eliminated and killed. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. The Black Stone Plaza instantly became lively. It's fine if it was Dao Monarch Mountain Sea, but now, a true lord has taken the lead. Could it be that a true lord's deduction speed is faster than mine? The third sacred lord of the heavenly feather race could not help but be furious. He was the one with the highest cultivation and strength among all the candidates in the Black Stone Plaza. He believed that his deduction speed was also the fastest. I didn't expect that the second person to reach the minimum requirement would be a true lord. All sorts of angry voices sounded in the plaza, but no one dared to question 8 Clouds General. But the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land were very excited. They were all encouraging True Lord Huyu. As for the 8-armed True Monarch Huyu, he nodded excitedly. He even looked at Jiangxi from afar. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to compete with Jiangxi. Jiangxi only looked at him calmly before closing his eyes again. I'm the first person to reach the minimum requirement. When 8 Clouds General chooses his successor, he will definitely look at many aspects. He will probably choose many candidates to enter the next plaza. 500 years have passed, and I've only managed to deduce 4,456 changes using my experience panel. I'm still far away from 20,000 transformations. I have to deduce even more transformations. According to 8 Clouds General, the better my performance in the third stage of the Heavenly King diagram, the more likely I will be to obtain the inheritance. Jiangxi calculated silently in his heart. What he was considering now was not only his own path of cultivation. Now, the eternal hope of the entire race was on him. He already had such a huge advantage. Naturally, he could not relax at all. Chapter 616. Chaos Sea, Great Hammer Divine World of the Jun Tian Holy Land Universe.
Huyu.
Perfected Monarch, Huyu actually met the minimum requirement? My Jun Tian Holy Land sent out quite a number of Dao Lords, Perfected Monarchs, and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders this time. In terms of deducing the Heavenly King diagram, the fastest should be Dao Lord Qihan. In the long years of tempering, the strength of his essence soul has long been comparable to that of a third-step Heavenly Venerable. He has already deduced 3,420 transformations, but he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 8 Divine Generals. Huyu has just deduced 3,000 transformations, but he's already been judged to have met the requirement? In a temple, several Heavenly Venerables and hundreds of Dao Lords of the Jun Tian Holy Land were gathered. They discovered the difference. Buzz, a figure wearing a black robe with golden patterns, appeared in midair of the temple. The black-robed figure was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Supreme. Greetings, Supreme. All the experts in the temple hurriedly bowed respectfully. Jun Tian Supreme's blurry figure looked at them and said softly, Now, we can confirm that when the 8 Divine Generals choose their inheritors, the requirements are different for experts of different strength. Let our perfected monarchs and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders work harder. The more clansmen that meet the minimum requirement, the greater the chances of our Juntian Holy Land obtaining the 8 divine generals' inheritance. We obey the Supreme's order. These experts hurriedly replied. Whoosh! Juntian Supreme's figure directly dissipated. Inside the temple, the group of experts who had lived through countless eons exchanged glances with each other. They were all secretly shocked, because in the past, Juntian Supreme would only appear once in a very long time. Sometimes, he would not appear for hundreds of eras. But in these few hundred years, he had appeared twice in a row. Previously, he had publicly appeared and sent out a large number of experts to compete for the inheritance. Now, he had directly appeared in this temple and talked to them face to face. From this, it could be seen how much importance Juntian Supreme attached to the 8 divine generals' inheritance. Since the Supreme attaches so much importance to it, then we should seize this inheritance. Yes, perfected monarch Huyu is the second to meet the minimum requirement. The chances are very high. Although perfected monarch Huyu is only a 5th transformation true monarch, he is a quasi-Tao lord. After countless eons of tempering, the strength of his nascent divinity had reached the level of a first-step celestial master. In terms of calculating speed, he was far superior to the Tao lords and true lords of the 4 primal universes. He had a great advantage. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent a few more quasi-Tao lords over. It's not too late yet. Send some more over. Yes. Quasi-Tao lords referred to some special true monarchs. The Great Sky Holy Land had existed for an incomparably long time. Even if there were only 10 Tao lords in a single cataclysm era, the number of Tao lords would be uncountable by now. However, in reality, there were less than 1,000 Tao lords in the Great Heaven's sacred ground. The reason was that there was a limit to the capacity of the Holy Land universe. After all, the size of a Holy Land universe was much smaller than the size of the 4 original universes. Holy Land universes were unable to nurture celestial venerables. At most, they could nurture Tao lords. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of Tao lords and true lords that the Holy Land universe could accommodate. This was because true monarchs and Tao lords had to establish their own grotto heaven worlds. This was a burden to the Holy Lands. Once the number of grotto heaven worlds reached a certain limit, they could not continue to increase. Otherwise, it would cause harm to the Holy Lands. Therefore, some quasi-Tao lords who had perfected their Tao techniques long ago could become Tao lords at any time. Because they could not expand their grotto heaven worlds into large grotto heavens, they could not advance and could only be trapped at the true monarch level. These quasi-Tao lords only had one chance to advance, and that was if a Tao lord of their race died. The pressure on the Holy Lands would be reduced. Then, the race would choose the most outstanding quasi-Tao lord and use this empty spot to advance to a true Tao lord. It could be said that apart from Tao lords who could not become true monarchs, the quasi-Tao lords of the Holy Lands were generally stronger than the Tao lords of the 4 original universes in all other aspects. Whether it was their Tao techniques, secret techniques, physical strength, or essence spirit strength, they had all been tempered to the limit in countless cataclysm eras in the 700th year since the 8 cloud ruins opened. Ding dong, that pleasant voice sounded again, and the 8 cloud generals appeared again. Instantly, the various factions were filled with anticipation. Candidate, Third Universe, Demon Race, Trikoskasi, has reached the minimum deduction requirement. The 8 cloud generals looked down, and his gaze landed on a demon. This is impossible. How can it be a 9th tribulation transcender? Even a 9th tribulation transcender has reached the minimum requirement. All the candidates were shocked, including Trikoskasi himself. After Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race and true monarch Huyu of the Juntian Holy Land in the 4th universe, the 3rd person to reach the minimum requirement was actually a 9th tribulation transcender of the demon race from the 3rd universe.
Buzz.
The 8 cloud generals stretched out his finger and covered the black stone pillar next to Trikoskasi with a layer of silver light. As time passed, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement. The various factions had basically confirmed that the minimum requirement for different strength was indeed different. Because there were 15 heavenly venerables present, their deduction speed couldn't be worse than a ninth tribulation transcender, right? But none of these heavenly venerables had reached the minimum requirement. The first was Jiangxi. The second was a true monarch. The third was a ninth tribulation transcender. The fourth was a ninth tribulation transcender. The fifth was a Dao Lord powerhouse, Dao Lord Qihan from the Juntian Holy Land. Since then, the Juntian Holy Land had 2 people who had reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jiangxi had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,000 years. The sixth was a true monarch powerhouse. The seventh was a Dao Lord powerhouse and also someone Jiangxi was familiar with. He was also from the first batch of Dao Lord Tuoyi to enter the 8 Cloud Ruins. This half-step heavenly venerable had finally reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jiangxi had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,300 years. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3,000 years had passed. There were many candidates in the entire Blackstone Square. They were all within the silver light barrier to avoid being disturbed by other candidates at this time. There were already 84 candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. In fact, since the 2000th year, the number of candidates who had reached the minimum requirement had begun to increase rapidly. The first batch of 5 powerhouses to enter the 8 Cloud Ruins, Jiangxi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xiangle, Dao Lord Shinfang, and Dao Lord Jinlan, were all in this list. The others, like Dao Lord Yanqing from the 4th Universe's human camp, had also reached the minimum requirement. On the contrary, none of the 15 heavenly venerables had succeeded until now. Ding dong, a pleasant voice sounded as if it was congratulating them. The figure of the 8 Cloud General also appeared again. However, everyone's reaction was no longer as excited as before. They just looked up to see which faction's candidate had reached the requirement. First Universe, Heavenly Venerable Feng Lai, has reached the minimum requirement. The 8 Cloud General's voice was very calm. However, those words caused the Heavenly Venerates to tremble. Phew, finally, a Heavenly Venerable has reached it. The 15 Heavenly Venerables were very excited. Nearly 3,000 years. They watched as the candidates who were many times weaker than them reached the minimum requirement one after another. However, none of them, who could be considered the top group of people in the Chaos Sea, succeeded. This made them wonder if there was no hope for a Heavenly Venerable. Finally, a Heavenly Venerable succeeded. This was the 85th person to reach the minimum requirement and also the first Heavenly Venerable to succeed. The minimum requirement for a Heavenly Venerable is to deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly Venerable Feng Lai sighed secretly. Next, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. 87th. On the Blackstone Square, it was possible that most of the candidates' deduction speed was not particularly fast. However, there were too many of them. There were more than 100,000 candidates, and as time passed, the number of candidates who met the minimum requirement also increased rapidly. Moreover, this increase was becoming greater and greater. One silver light barrier after another was scattered throughout the square. There were already a lot of them. The time given for the 3rd stage to deduce the Heavenly King diagram is actually so long. There are already close to 100 people who have reached the minimum requirement. From the looks of it, the 8 Cloud General is planning to select even more outstanding candidates and then choose the true inheritor from them. Yes, the inheritor definitely can't only consider good or bad perception. Other aspects have to be considered. Therefore, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord who has the advantage in the 3rd stage doesn't mean that he will definitely become the final inheritor. My Great Sky Holy Land already has 11 people who have reached the minimum requirement. The further we go, the greater the advantage of my Great Sky Holy Land. The candidates would sometimes secretly communicate with each other. After all, deducing the Heavenly King diagram was a very difficult matter. It also consumed a large amount of essence spirit power. The further they went, the more it would be consumed. Therefore, these candidates would stop and rest for a while every once in a while. Universe 4. inside the mountain river diagram of sky-piercing tower. There are already 91 candidates who have reached the minimum requirement. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments frowned, showing a rare trace of anxiety. The further we go, the more such candidates there will be. At this rate, Jiangxi's advantage will become smaller and smaller. Unlike other factions, we can't send a large number of people over. Only Jiangxi alone. What should we do? Our chances of obtaining the inheritance are constantly decreasing. Tomorrow venerated and the Tao Lords of the human race were gathered together. Like Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, everyone was a little anxious. Although most of them were wandering in the Chaos Sea, they had been paying attention to Jiangxi in the 8 Cloud Ruins. Everyone knew that the 8 Cloud inheritance this time was a silent war. This war would determine who would achieve eternity and which race would establish the third eternal sacred land universe in the Chaos Sea. Haha, don't be anxious. Tomorrow, Venerated laughed. It's useless for us to be anxious here. Let Jiangxi deduce in peace. As for us, we'll do what we have to do. If the 8 Cloud inheritance continues for 10,000 years or even longer, are we going to keep watching? But, all right, let's all go back. Tomorrow Venerated waved his hand. In another part of the sky-piercing river diagram, a heavenly king diagram hovered quietly in the starry sky surrounded by great stars. Jiangxi and Celestial Venerated Purple Firmament were still deducing here. Of course, Jiangxi didn't know that there was a human cheat beside him. The 6,000 changes are really difficult. Jiangxi stood in front of the heavenly king diagram, feeling a little anxious. It had been 3,000 years, and there had been candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. This had indeed made him feel pressured. Now, no one knew what would happen after the 3rd trial and the 4th plaza. The more candidates passed the 3rd trial, the more his chances would be affected. Jiangxi fully understood the 8 Cloud General's plan. Clearly, although the 8 Cloud General thought highly of him, he did not place all his hopes on him alone. Since I'm already in the lead for this inheritance, I must expand my advantage and obtain this inheritance. Jiangxi's eyes shone. The deduction speed and efficiency of the experience points panel has a lot to do with my cultivation and the strength of my essence spirit. My cultivation definitely can't break through for the time being. I still have to refine Xianhuang Mountain. Once I break through to the Tao Lord level, the conditions for Xianhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master will become even harsher. Apart from the physical strength of a Tier 5 Cardinal Treasure, the conditions for Xianhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master were even harsher. A perfected lord had to have the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit. A Tao Lord had to have the strength of a supreme's essence spirit. Therefore, before obtaining Xianhuang Mountain, Jiangxi would not break through. This was a Tier 9 Cardinal Treasure. He would not miss it. Therefore, if I want to increase the deduction speed and efficiency now, I can only try my best to increase the strength of my essence spirit and let it reach the heavenly venerable level. Jiangxi thought to himself. Currently, there are 2 ways to increase the strength of my essence spirit. Continue to expand the Grotto Heaven world. With the help of stronger world energy, both my physical strength and essence spirit will increase. They might even transform. Or, when my Tao technique reaches the heavenly Tao level, after my Tao technique transforms, the strength of my essence spirit will definitely transform as well. Jiangxi calculated carefully and then shook his head. The first method was obviously not desirable. He still did not know how long the inheritance would last, so he had to save all the experience points and not use them to expand the Grotto Heaven world. Then there was only the second method. I cultivate 7 Tao techniques at the same time. As early as 7,000 years ago, I cultivated all of them to the great Tao level. I haven't stopped deducing Tao techniques for a moment. If I include the 80,000 years I spent in seclusion in Lu Yuzhou, the time I spent deducing Tao techniques is actually close to 90,000 years. It's about time. I succeeded, right? Jiangxi sighed softly, and then stopped thinking about it. He continued to deduce the Heavenly King diagram, and also continued to deduce Tao techniques. Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament heard Jiang Xi's sigh and frowned slightly. Looks like Jiang Xi's deduction has encountered a bottleneck. With his talent and comprehension, he should have already deduced more than 5,000 changes, right? Under the circumstances where the 8 clouds' divine generals were not public, only Jiang Xi himself knew how much Jiang Xi had deduced. Chapter 6:17. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao looked at Jiang Xi and sighed inwardly. He's still a 5th transformation true lord. 3,000 years. If he can really deduce 5,000 changes, that would be amazing. He turned his gaze back to the Heavenly King diagram, his eyes glowing. Just like how no one knew how many changes Jiang Xi had deduced, no one knew how many changes Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao had deduced. After 3,000 years of research, he had already deduced more than 15,000 changes. If one were to compare their understanding of the Heavenly King diagram, then this legendary powerhouse who was once invincible in the chaos sea could be considered the number one. In Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao's opinion, the strength of the primordial spirit was the foundation for the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram, and comprehension was the foundation. In short, the more changes one deduced, the higher one's comprehension was. Now, those candidates seemed to have broken through and reached the minimum requirements. In fact, they had only completed the first stage of the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. Specifically, the first stage of a 9-tribulation transcender was to deduce 2,000 changes. The first stage of a perfected lord was to deduce 3,000 changes. The first stage of a Tao Lord was to deduce 4,000 changes. The first stage of a Heavenly Venerable was to deduce 5,000 changes. With high aptitude and comprehension, it's not difficult to reach the requirements of the first stage after spending enough time. For those Heavenly Venerables, each of them can walk their own path of origin and open up a miniature universe, so their comprehension is naturally not bad. As long as there's enough time, each of them can deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao shook his head lightly. But this is only the requirements of the first stage. There will definitely be a second stage or even a third stage. The time required would be 10 times, or even several tens of times more. In the end, no matter how much time is spent, it won't be able to deduce more changes. Because aptitude and comprehension determine how far a powerhouse can deduce. For example, a Tao Lord would be stuck at the 2,999th transformation. Then, after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years, or even an era, he would not be able to continue deducing. Because that was his limit, unless his aptitude and comprehension had undergone a fundamental improvement. This was the extent of Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao's understanding of the Heavenly King diagram. While everyone was still immersed in the deduction, he was already standing at a higher level and looking at this deduction game. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament looked at Jiang Xi, who was seriously deducing, and secretly praised him. Jiang Xi easily completed the first stage of the deduction, so the second stage shouldn't be difficult for him. But what was his limit? The third stage? Or even the highest fourth stage? As expected of the most talented human in the history of our human race. If he can get the inheritance of 8 clouds this time, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to cultivate to the eternal realm in the future. Maybe he can even see the path beyond the eternal realm. A smile appeared on Purple Firmament Sovereign's face. Although the changes that he deduced far surpassed Jiang Xi's, he knew clearly that it was because the strength of his primordial spirit had long reached the level of a supreme being. It would be strange if it wasn't strong. Jiang Xi had been deducing the Heavenly King chart for more than 3,000 years. The Black Stone Plaza was completely silent. Silvery barriers of light and shadow were scattered all over the place. Inside them were the candidates who met the minimum requirements. Ding dong! A familiar voice rang out and awakened every candidate. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. The figure of the 8 cloud generals appeared once again. Another candidate has met the requirements. This is the 92nd candidate. I wonder who it is. It should be our 4th universe, right? It can't always be the two holy lands and the first three universes, right? It must be our third universe this time. The candidates were all guessing. The candidates from the two holy lands and the first three primal universes were the majority. The fourth universe was much less than 10%. The 8 cloud generals looked down at the candidates and revealed a rare smile. I'm very happy. All the powerhouses and geniuses present were shocked. Happy? The 8 cloud generals said that he was very happy. This was a situation that had never happened before. The 8 cloud generals swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. The fourth universe's human race, Mountain Sea, has completed the second stage of the deduction and reached a new level.
Boom.
All the candidates were stunned. All their gazes gathered in one direction. There was a figure wearing black armor with golden patterns. It was Tao Lord Mountain Sea, whom everyone had almost forgotten in recent years. Who, the 8 cloud generals pointed. Suddenly, a layer of golden light and shadow barrier spread out from the black stone pillar next to Riverward. It fused with the original silver light barrier, forming a gold and silver barrier. Jiangxi's expression was calm, but his heart was moved. He had just deduced the 6,000th variation and was treated differently. It seemed that this was another kind of incentive. Not only was it encouraging him, but it was also stimulating the other candidates. In comparison, the candidates of the other factions were unable to remain calm like Jiangxi. They were all shocked, and a strong sense of danger arose in their hearts. They thought that after meeting the minimum requirements, everyone's chances would be the same. But now it seemed that there was a big difference. The 8 cloud generals looked at the shocked and stunned candidates below and said softly, I said that the more correct variations you deduce when deducing the Sky King diagram, the greater the benefits when inheriting it. You have completed the first stage of the deduction and only met my minimum requirements. If you can't even meet the minimum requirements, you naturally won't have the qualifications to continue. Now, only Mountain Sea has completed the second stage and reached the third stage. The 8 cloud generals nodded slightly at Jiangxi. Then he said to all the candidates in a deep voice, I can clearly tell everyone that for candidates of different cultivation levels besides Empyreans, when deducing the Heavenly King diagram, there are 5 stages. If any of you can complete the 4th stage and reach the 5th stage, you will directly become an inheritor. There will be no need for competition, and you will receive the inheritance of my 8 cloud lineage. He looked at the 15 Empyrean venerables. You Empyrean venerables have already opened miniature universes. The stronger you are, the higher the requirements. For you, the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level happens to be 20,000 variations. In other words, you only need to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level to receive the inheritance. Of course, I reckon that it's almost impossible for you to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level in the time I require. Therefore, you need to work harder to deduce. The more variations you deduce, and the more stages you complete, the more inheritances you will come into contact with in the future will naturally be different. For example, Mountain Sea's chances of receiving the inheritance are 100 times higher than yours. Unless you can complete the 2nd stage of the deduction. Juniors, work hard. The 8 cloud generals glanced at the candidates before disappearing. The black stone square became lively again. All the experts and geniuses present understood the rules of the Sky King diagram's deduction. So this was the difference between the number of variations deduced. Apart from Empyrean venerables, candidates of the other 3 levels had a total of 5 stages of deduction. Actually, there was no need to complete the 5th stage. As long as they completed the 4th stage and reached the 5th stage, they would receive the inheritance directly. If they couldn't even complete the 1st stage, they would only be eliminated. And the fate of elimination was to be killed. The experts of the various powers were secretly anxious, especially now that they knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had completed the 2nd stage and was about to reach the 3rd stage. Everyone was extremely anxious. The 3rd stage. Jiangxi seemed very calm. Now it seems that for perfected lords, the first 1 to 3,000 variations are the 1st stage, and the third 1 to 6,000 variations are the 2nd stage. Then the 3rd stage is 9,000 variations? or 12,000 variations? Jiang Xi naturally didn't know the answer to this question, so he could only continue deducing. Time passed, and one candidate after another completed the first stage of deduction. Fourth Universe's human race, Yufeng, has reached the minimum requirement. Red Lotus Sacred Grounds Dao Lord Chu Xie has reached the minimum requirement. The 8 Cloud Generals stood in the air above the black stone square. Ever since he appeared last time, he hadn't disappeared, because the number of candidates who completed the first stage began to increase explosively. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 200 and continued to soar. Jiang Xi no longer paid attention to these candidates who completed the first stage one after another. He only focused on deducing the Sky King diagram according to his own rhythm. Time passed, and in the 4,000th year since the 8 Cloud Ruins opened, the number of candidates who broke through the first stage increased greatly. Then, like a parabola, it began to slow down gradually. From the 5,000th year onwards, there were no new candidates who broke through the first stage. This is your limit? Only 695 people completed the first stage? The 8 Cloud Generals shook his head coldly. In the distance, Jiang Xi, who was enveloped by the gold and silver barrier, also shook his head gently. Like heavenly venerable purple firmament, his understanding of the Sky King diagram had also reached a higher level. Jiang Xi understood that the more time it took to deduce the Sky King diagram, the more variations it could deduce. Many ninth tribulation transcenders and perfected lords present had limited potential. Once they reached their limits, it was naturally impossible to break through the first stage. At this moment, the 695 candidates who completed the first stage of deduction and reached the second stage included all 15 heavenly venerables and all Tao lords. The remaining few were ninth tribulation transcenders and perfected lords. And the only candidate who completed the second stage of deduction and reached the third stage was Jiang Xi. The 8 Cloud Generals turned his gaze and looked in a direction. Jun Tian Sacred Grounds Perfected Lord who has completed the second stage and reached the third stage. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. From the looks of it now, only you and Dao Lord Mountain Sea have the most hope of obtaining my 8 Cloud Lineage's inheritance. You have to work harder and not slack off. Yes. Perfected Lord who you bowed respectfully. At the same time, a second layer of golden light appeared on the black stone pillar beside him, fusing with the original silver barrier and becoming a two-colored barrier. In the entire black stone plaza, Perfected Lord Hu Yu and Jiang Xi were enveloped by the two-colored barrier, reflecting each other's brilliance. Perfected Lord Hu Yu? Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Then, he no longer thought about it, and continued to deduce. In another place, the Tao Lords of the Jun Tian Sacred Ground were extremely excited. As long as it was on their side, no matter who obtained the inheritance, it would represent the entire sacred ground obtaining the inheritance. Perfected Lord Hu Yu, the hope of my Jun Tian Sacred Ground is on you. Perfected Lord Hu Yu smiled at the surrounding people. This inheritance was the greatest opportunity for him to change his fate. Before this, although he had the title of a quasi-Dao Lord in the Jun Tian Sacred Ground where experts were as common as clouds, he could only be considered ordinary. In terms of physical strength, primordial spirit strength, and Dao cultivation, he was more powerful than many Dao Lords in the 4 primal universes. However, because the Sacred Ground's tolerance was limited, with so many Dao Lords present, quasi-Dao Lords could not break through at all. He did not even have the qualifications to explore the Chaos Sea. Although he had lived for countless eons, he was trapped in the sacred ground like a prisoner. And this time, the 8 Clouds' inheritance allowed him to jump from such an awkward quasi-Dao Lord status to the most dazzling person in the entire Jun Tian Sacred Ground. His status was so high that it surpassed all the Dao Lords and heavenly venerables in the sacred ground. Even Jun Tian Supreme met him personally and had high hopes for him. He even said to him personally, "The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram has proven your potential. Even if you don't obtain the 8 Clouds' inheritance this time, you will receive the best grooming from my sacred ground in the future. So, don't feel pressured." Just do your best to fight for it. If your performance is good enough this time, and your potential is great enough, I can even help you become a heavenly venerate at all costs. I can even help you become a supreme and achieve eternity. Jun Tian Supreme's promise had long made perfected Lord who used blood boil. The passion in his heart that had been silent for God knows how many eons burned again. He felt that he had returned to his youth, those years when he was constantly struggling, filled with fighting spirit. Become a heavenly venerate? Aren't only the 4 primal universes able to give birth to heavenly venerables? Could it be that Supremes have a way to break this limit? Perfected Lord who you also had doubts, but the admiration and trust he had for Jun Tian Supreme quickly cleared his doubts. The inheritance of the 8 Clouds Divine General is a complete path. It can allow one to cultivate from a weak to an extremely high realm. There is a high chance that it can break this limit. Since the ancient civilization has such a method, Supremes might be able to do it if they pay a certain price. Perfected Lord, who was very clear that this was the greatest opportunity he had encountered since he started cultivating. From mediocrity to legend. Even if he failed to fight for the inheritance, as long as he proved his potential, Jun Tian Supreme would be able to use a great ability to revive him and groom him again. Of course, Perfected Lord, who you did not think that he would fail until the final moment. I must succeed. What is that Tao Lord Mountain Sea? He is just a small fellow. I have been mediocre for countless eons and did not have the qualifications to roam the Chaos Sea. Now that this opportunity has appeared, a chance to become a legend, I must grab it tightly. Perfected Lord, who you looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in a state of madness. He was like a drowning person who suddenly grasped the hope of being rescued and could not let go. Chapter 6:18. In the 4th universe, there was a grotto heaven world that far exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord. It floated in the depths of space and slowly moved in the direction of the universe barrier. One day, it would reach its limit, break through the universe barrier, and evolve into a miniature universe. This was Jiangxi's Grotto Heaven world, Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. In the Grotto Heaven world, except for the lack of spiritual life, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, flowers, trees, and so on. It was a scene of vitality. The clone was Jiangxi's last resort and also his biggest trump card. It had been guarding the Grotto Heaven world and had never left. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise. A melodious voice rang out in his mind. You have comprehended the ultimate sword Tao, eternal experience points plus 10 yuan. Breakthrough. I've finally broken through. The level of sword Tao is slightly different from ordinary Tao techniques. Sword intent corresponds to the level of the great Tao, while the ultimate sword Tao corresponds to the level of the heavenly Tao, Jiangxi thought. Then, he opened the experience points panel to check the changes in the Tao technique. Ultimate sword Tao, 10th level, 11,000 yuan. Jiangxi was dumbfounded. The experience points needed to level up were heaven-defying. 1,000 eternal experience points. He could only get 9 eternal experience points from killing a universe Tao Lord. Then he would have to kill more than 100 to level up to perfection. Then he looked at his experience points. Experience points, 3,650 trillion eternal experience points, 27 yuan. In the past 5,000 years, he had used up nearly 2 eternal experience points. Just now, he was rewarded with another 10 yuan for comprehending the ultimate sword Tao, so his eternal experience points increased to 27 yuan. But compared to 1,000 yuan, it was still a far cry. Let's not think about this for now. Let's increase the strength of my primordial spirit first. Jiangxi shook his head. Although the ultimate sword Tao had just broken through, the nature of the Tao technique had undergone a fundamental change. It had changed from the power of the great Tao to the power of the heavenly Tao. With a single thought, Riverward guided the Tao magic power of his Omega Sword Tao into his body and mind. His body's strength had already reached the level of a 6th-tier supreme treasure, so the power of Tao this time could not transform his body again. Due to the expansion of the estate world, his primal divinity had already reached the level of a universe Tao Lord and was on the verge of breaking through. Now that the Tao of the Omega Sword Tao had surged into his mind, Lin Yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning.
Boom.
Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth rumbling, and raging waves surged in his mind. The surging tide surrounded Jiangxi's primordial spirit and roared continuously as if it was tempering Jiangxi's primordial spirit. The strength of his primal divinity continued to rise through the tempering process. Soon it was close to the very limits of a universe Tao Lord, just a step away from reaching the Empyrean level. However, the Tao of the Omega Sword Tao's effect on tempering the primordial spirit began to decrease. Almost.
Just a little more.
In his mind, Jiangxi's primordial spirit was also roaring. Break through. This voice seemed to form a wave, causing the mind that had calmed down to be filled with turbulent waves that smashed towards the primordial spirit.
Boom.
It was like a thunderbolt. It was also like the endless source of chaos that instantly evolved into the universe's billions of stars and countless living beings. At this moment, Jiangxi's primordial spirit seemed to have broken through a layer of shackles. There was a happy feeling of being a fish in the sea. The nine-heaven world was mine to soar. At the same time, an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness spread out from his clone and fused into the entire mountain sea grotto heaven. The strength of a heavenly venerable's primordial spirit. Haha, my primordial spirit is broken through. Then I'll be a hidden dragon rising to the heavens. Jiangxi laughed heartily. He could already feel that the speed and efficiency of using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram had increased greatly. Universe 4. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. In front of the Heavenly King diagram that was surrounded by stars and nebulas. Oh! Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament looked at Jiangxi in surprise.
His spirit body is changed.
The strength of his primordial spirit has transformed. He is cultivated for less than 100,000 years and already has a heavenly venerable level primordial spirit. Impressive! Even though he was a legendary heavenly venerable who was once invincible in the Chaos Sea, he had never seen anyone who could make their primordial spirit reach the heavenly venerable level in such a short period of time. Haha, this is great news. With the strength of his primordial spirit increasing, his deduction speed will be faster and more efficient. This way, his chances of obtaining the Eight Clouds legacy will greatly increase. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament laughed heartily. Jiangxi's spirit body stood in front of the Heavenly King diagram and started to deduce seriously. His entire being had entered an absolute peak state of deduction. Many difficult problems that previously required a long period of time to deduce and solve were now solved directly. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years had passed. The Eight Clouds ruins had been open for more than 10,000 years. At a glance, the Black Stone Square was filled with more than 100,000 experts and geniuses from various races in the Chaos Sea. At this moment, many candidates were secretly discussing the scene that had happened not long ago. Who would have thought that after Tao Lord Mountain Sea and perfected Lord Huyu, the one who completed the second stage and reached the third stage would be perfected Lord Fire Wind? This perfected Lord Fire Wind was unremarkable in the third universe, but he managed to catch up. His potential is extraordinary. The two sacred grounds and the first universe must be mad. It would be strange if they weren't mad. The Red Lotus Sacred Ground has yet to have a candidate who has broken through the second stage. The first universe is the most miserable. They sent the most candidates, but none of them could complete the second stage. Although the Jun Tian Sacred Ground has perfected Lord Huyu who completed the second stage, how many calamity eras has he lived? In terms of cultivation time, among the three candidates who completed the second stage, Tao Lord Mountain Sea is the youngest, followed by perfected Lord Fire Wind. Although perfected Lord Huyu is also a perfected lord, his competitiveness is naturally far inferior to perfected Lord Fire Wind. The experts from various forces in the Chaos Seaside. From the looks of it, The one with the best aptitude and comprehension was Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the fourth universe, followed by perfected Lord Fire Wind of the third universe. It's done. Jiang Ci stood in front of the black stone pillar and smiled. He had finally succeeded in deducing 12,000 transformations. Before his essence spirit broke through, he had used 5,000 years to deduce 6,000 transformations. After that, he used 3,000 years to deduce the next 6,000 transformations. The first to 6,000 transformations and the 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. The number of transformations seemed the same, but the difficulty was thousands of times higher. When I deduced the 9,000 transformations, Divine General 8 clouds did not appear. This means that the third stage of the perfected Lord level is 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. Now he should appear, right? Jiang Ci chuckled and imprinted the 12,000 transformations on the black stone pillar. Woo! Countless blood-red light spots condensed out of thin air. The wind howled as if someone was crying in the cold wind, causing all the experts to wake up and look at the sky in shock. In the sky, the blood-red light spots quickly condensed into blood-red raindrops that fell from the sky and covered the entire square. Blood rain poured down. What's going on? This sound. Why do I feel like crying? My essence spirit is at the heavenly venerable level. How can this sound affect my emotions? Something big is going to happen. At this moment, the rain of blood that filled the sky suddenly surged towards riverward. Whoosh! The blood rain condensed into a red light barrier in the blink of an eye and merged with Jiang Ci's original two-colored barrier, forming a gold, silver, and red barrier. This three-colored barrier was extremely dazzling. It was like an emperor standing in the middle of more than 100,000 experts and geniuses. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly understood what was going on. Impossible. No. The third sacred master of the heavenly feather race in the first universe screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. The eternal opportunity belongs to my heavenly feather race. It belongs to my heavenly feather race. Damn it. Damn it! This! A giant star beast in the second universe cried out in pain. The calamity is coming. Does the heavens want my star beast race to die? Even our last chance is being taken away? I am not willing, not willing. The feeling of despair was spreading. At this moment, all the factions in the four original universes, except for the human faction in the fourth universe, were in despair. The calamity was coming. Apart from the eternal sacred land, everything would be destroyed and turned into nothingness. They were not willing to be drowned by the river of time. They were not willing to let their entire race disappear in the calamity. Therefore, when the 8 cloud ruins appeared, they gave it their all and used all their means. From the beginning, they attacked wantonly in order to affect the progress of Tao Lord Mountain Sea's deduction. But in the end, fate played a big joke on them. How could they not understand the scene before them? Tao Lord Mountain Sea had completed the third stage and was now at the fourth stage. One had to know that apart from heavenly venerables, there were 5 stages in the deduction of the heavenly king diagram. If anyone could complete the fourth stage, there was no need to continue the competition. They would be able to obtain the inheritance directly. Now that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had made another breakthrough, he was only one step away from obtaining the inheritance directly. How could these factions not feel despair? Mountain Sea. A crimson-armored figure appeared in the sky, shining with divine light. At this moment, the 8 clouds general was no longer as cold as before. Instead, he was dazzling. 8,000 years. The 8 clouds general closed his eyes, tears flowing down his cheeks. Silence. All the experts and geniuses present looked up at the 8 clouds general. Only 8,000 years. The 8 clouds general sighed softly. I didn't expect that after abandoning everything and embarking on a path of despair, I would be able to find a successor. In the future of the limitless calamity, I would find a junior like you. What? Did the 8 clouds general give the inheritance directly to Tao Lord Mountain Sea? The experts of various races paled. They were very worried, but didn't dare refute. I have let down my ancestors. The Eight Clouds General closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. His expression was pained. After a long while, he opened his eyes again and looked at Jiang Xi. I have let them down. I am the one who caused the Eight Clouds bloodline's destruction. My bloodline is incomparably noble. We once stood at the peak of countless civilizations and illuminated countless eras. However, because I stepped onto that path, the inheritance was almost severed. All along, I have considered myself a sinner. But in the situation back then, I had no choice. The Eight Clouds General's eyes were like the abyss of the Nine Nether, filled with reminiscence. He looked at Jiang Xi and heaved a sigh of relief, as if all the pressure on his body had been lifted. Your aptitude and comprehension have already surpassed mine. No matter what happens next, at least the successor I find for this inheritance won't be inferior to me. In just 8,000 years, you have completed the third stage and reached the fourth stage of the Heavenly King diagram. Congratulations, Mountain Sea. The Eight Clouds General congratulated Jiang Xi with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Xi was already stunned by those words. The value of the Eight Clouds bloodline's inheritance seemed to have far exceeded his imagination. Next, before the end of the third stage, if you can deduce 20,000 changes, at this point, the Eight Clouds General's gaze swept across the crowd. These candidates will be eliminated one by one to congratulate you for obtaining the inheritance. The 100,000+ experts present were all shocked. Eliminated one by one? Wasn't it said that one could continue as long as they met the minimum requirements? But from the looks of it, the Eight Clouds General wasn't some merciful person. Once he found a successor, all the other candidates would be useless. The Eight Clouds General looked at Jiang Xi and continued, the time for the third stage to deduce the Heavenly King diagram is 20,000 years. If you can deduce 20,000 changes within 20,000 years, then I'll be dead. Haha, although I'll die, I won't disappoint my ancestors. Remember, 20,000 years. The Eight Cloud Divine General laughed and disappeared. The entire Blackstone Square was deathly silent. Countless powerhouses looked at Jiang Xi with eyes filled with either jealousy, madness, or malice. Only the candidates from the Fourth Universe's human camp looked at him with eyes filled with worship. Facing all of this, Jiang Xi calmly closed his eyes. His spiritual sense entered the Heavenly King diagram and continued to deduce with all his strength. 20,000 years, there were still 12,000 years left. Time passed, year after year. Of the more than 100,000 candidates, the speed of deduction became slower and slower. More and more of them approached the limits of their potential. Every few thousand years, only one candidate would barely complete the second stage and reach the third stage. As for those who completed the first stage, there were no more. Clearly, those who still couldn't break through at this time had already reached their limits. No matter how much time was given, it was impossible to break through. Currently, those who had reached the third stage. Perfected Lord Huyu was ranked second only to Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Firewind was third. Dao Lord Tuoyu was fourth. His breakthrough surprised the Red Lotus Sacred Land, and they were looking forward to it. Trikoskus C was fifth. This was the only ninth tribulation transcender from the third universe. Dao Lord Chi-Han was sixth, another hope for the Great Sky's Sacred Land. Dao Lord Jinlan was seventh. It was definitely a huge surprise that she could break through to the third stage. Even the Heavenly Feather Race didn't expect that Dao Lord Jinlan would break through consecutively. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Feather Race were excited. There was finally hope. Time seemed to pass faster and faster. 15,000 years, 16,000 years, 17,000 years, 18,000 years, 19,000 years. As the 20,000-year deadline approached, everyone was anxious and worried. They were worried that Dao Lord Mountain Sea would deduce 20,000 changes at the last moment. As long as the inheritor did not appear and everyone entered the fourth square, there was still a chance. It must not succeed. It must not succeed. If it succeeds, all hope will be gone. If there's a mystical ability in this world that can exchange a life for a life, I'd rather die in exchange for the life of Tao Lord Mountain Sea and give my race hope. Everyone was silently looking forward to it. Along the way, there were even Tao lords who attacked Jiang Xi crazily in despair. In the end, they were destroyed by the tricolored barrier. Chapter 619. Universe 4, Inside the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao looked at Jiang Xi, who was seriously deducing next to him. He was more and more surprised because Jiang Xi's progress was too fast. This Heavenly Monarch diagram was an increasingly difficult deduction game, but Jiang Xi's deduction speed was abnormal. It was getting faster and faster. Is it because he's from Earth? Ever since Jiang Xi became a high-ranking member of the human race, the Earth lineage had been completely integrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance. In the past 30,000 years, it had welcomed a flourishing development. There were close to 10,000 tribulation transcender experts, and 2 perfected lords had appeared. They were Jiang Xi's sworn brother, Xian Tian, and second sister, Li Baibai. The speed at which the experts of the Earth lineage appeared was very shocking and abnormal. Even among the 3 gates and 6 sects, no one dared to say that so many experts had appeared in 30,000 years. Moreover, there were many young geniuses of the Earth lineage. One could imagine that as time passed, those geniuses would become tribulation transcenders and perfected lords. Jiang Xi seems to be the most dazzling person of the Earth lineage. Heavenly Venerable, Zi Shao frowned and pondered. Now, the higher-ups of the human race of the Tao Alliance knew that Earth was a very special planet. The life forms born on this planet generally had high aptitudes and comprehension abilities. They rarely encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, and even if they did, they would quickly break through them. Everything behind this is related to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao thought of the barbarian in the beast robe. Before he was permanently suppressed by Universe 4, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had already been active in Universe 4. In fact, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had become a Heavenly Venerable earlier than him. This old man is very mysterious. Over the years, even with his help, my Heavenspan Mountain River diagram was unable to spy on this planet. In the entire Primal Chaos Sea, apart from the 2 Supremes who have never appeared in the Primal Chaos Sea, only Heavenly Venerable Bluestone can't see through him. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone deliberately hid Earth for countless eras. What is he trying to do? Now, it seems that I should be able to find the final answer through Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was doing his best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. During this process, he had obtained many benefits, especially in terms of perception. Although he was deducing it through the EXP panel, the root of the problem was still his primordial spirit. The EXP panel was like a magnifier, amplifying the strength of his primordial spirit by many times. Therefore, under this kind of training, his comprehension ability obtained a great improvement. Jiang Xi was confident that even if he didn't use the experience panel now, he would be able to deduce 100 variations of the Heavenly King chart in a month if he were to rededuce it. The 19,210th change. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. 20,000 years is almost up. It's too late. After thinking for a while, he smiled and shook his head. So, what if I can't make it in time? With my current deduction progress, even if I really come into contact with the inheritance later on, I'm confident that I can become the final inheritor. He had used 8,000 years to deduce 12,000 transformations. His aptitude and comprehension had already surpassed the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. Now he would only be stronger. Woo! At this moment, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Jun Tian Holy Land, Huyu, completed the 3rd stage of deduction and reached the 4th stage. The 8 Cloud Divine General descended once again. He looked at Perfected Lord Huyu and said softly, "Among all the candidates, only you can compete with Mountain Sea for the final inheritance. As for the other candidates, unless they undergo a fundamental transformation, It's impossible. Work hard, don't admit defeat so easily.
Yes.
Perfected Lord Hu Yu bowed respectfully. He looked at Jiang Xi, his eyes filled with madness, extreme madness. He was also fighting for the only chance in countless eras. Holding on tightly, he naturally wouldn't let go. He gave it his all, and finally deduced 12,000 transformations when the 20,000-year period was about to end, reaching the 4th stage. Crazy? But what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Jiang Xi looked at Perfected Lord Hu Yu calmly. All the candidates thought that he was a Tao Lord powerhouse. Little did they know that his true cultivation was only a rank 5 true lord. The 20,000-year deduction was finally over. Jiang Xi's final deduction result was 19,414 transformations. Although it was a pity, it was definitely the highest. Even those heavenly venerables were far inferior to him. The 3rd stage, the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram, ends here. Candidates who completed the 1st stage of deduction, 743. Candidates who completed the 2nd stage of deduction, 5. Candidates who completed the 3rd stage of deduction, 2. The 8-Cloud Divine General looked down at all the candidates and said slowly, "We came later than Tao Lord Mountain Sea and the others. We should still have time. Yes, give us some more time." Below, experts immediately cried out. Indeed, there were many candidates who had arrived half a year later than Riverward, or even 1 or 2 years later. However, the 8-Cloud Divine General was incomparably cold. "Even if I give you another 100,000 years, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the 1st stage of deduction. Even if you complete it, what use do I have for you? In this inheritance, Mountain Sea and Hu Yu are the most important. The 5 candidates who completed the 2nd stage of deduction only have a theoretical possibility. The others are just there to make up the numbers. As for you guys, you didn't even complete the 1st stage. Such talent. According to the rules, all of you shall die." The 8-Cloud Divine General waved his hand. Whoosh! The stone pillars on the black stone square emitted wisps of golden light that attacked the candidates. In an instant, more than 100,000 candidates who did not meet the minimum requirements were all annihilated and turned into ashes. Their Dharma treasures scattered all over the ground. On the field, the remaining 750 candidates were all secretly shocked and full of anticipation. Only Jiang Xi felt that it was a pity. Those were all experience points, gone just like that. Unfortunately, he could not control the will of the 8-Cloud Divine General. Then, Jiang Xi also looked forward to it. The 3rd stage of the Heavenly King diagram deduction was finally over. The next step was to come into contact with the true inheritance. That was the 8-Cloud inheritance that caused the various factions in Chaos Sea to go crazy. Continue forward to the 4th square. The 8-Cloud Divine General looked at them. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The red fog that enveloped the square quickly separated, and a quiet path appeared in the middle, extending into an unknown direction. "This path is not dangerous. Don't worry," and set off. The 8-Cloud Divine General turned into a blood-colored stream of light and disappeared, arriving at the next square. Jiang Xi, Perfected Lord Hu Yu, Perfected Lord Fire Wind, Perfected Lord Tuoyi, Perfected Lord Jin Lan, Perfected Lord Qi Han, Perfected Lord Hua Hai, and 15 Heavenly Venerables. There were also a large number of candidates who had completed the 1st stage of deduction. They hurriedly flew into the quiet path. Universe 4, inside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. A huge Heavenly King diagram was surrounded by flowing nebulas and large stars. Now, Jiang Xi's clone had stopped deducing. As he was about to come into contact with the true inheritance, he did not dare to be distracted. 20,000 years. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament suddenly laughed. Finally, at the end of the 20,000 years, 30,000 changes were deduced. As there was no danger, everyone flew at full speed on the quiet path and soon arrived at the 4th square. As soon as they entered, everyone was attracted by the scene in front of them. This square was completely different from the previous 3. It was actually a green grassland. From where they were, at the end of the grassland stood a unique pavilion. After carefully counting, there were exactly 8 floors. Could the inheritance be in that pavilion? The candidates' hearts immediately burned with excitement. They quickly flew to the front of the pavilion. When they finally arrived, the figure of the 8-cloud divine general also appeared. However, his towering figure, which was nearly 10,000 meters tall, appeared somewhat small in front of this pavilion. The 8-cloud divine general's expression was no longer cold. He looked down at the 750 candidates with a smile. Since you have already arrived here, you are qualified to come into contact with the true inheritance. Inheritance. The true inheritance. The 750 candidates from the various factions in the Chaos Sea were all very excited. They all knew in their hearts that in the end, only one of them would be able to obtain the complete inheritance. As for the other candidates, as long as they could obtain a portion of the inheritance and be able to send the message back before they died, it would be worth it. With the preciousness of the 8-cloud divine general's inheritance, even if I only obtain a portion of the inheritance, there might be a way to cultivate to the eternal realm. Once I obtain this method, I will immediately self-destruct. Although my main body is fallen, I still have an avatar and can continue to live. At this stage, if I am attacked by the 8-cloud divine general, I am afraid I will completely die. Almost all the candidates who had completed the first stage of deduction had such thoughts in their hearts. Of the 750 candidates present, only 2 had completed the third stage of deduction, and only 5 had completed the second stage of deduction. It was obvious that the complete inheritance this time would not be obtained by those who had completed the first stage of deduction. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to obtain some information about the inheritance and then self-destruct to save their lives. This was the way of the king. The 8-cloud divine general looked at the various factions experts below with thoughts in his mind. They seemed to be impatient. He chuckled and said, "Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can come into contact with the inheritance. However, I still have some questions that I need to ask you." Questions? The candidates' hearts tightened. At the same time, they were also muttering that this 8-cloud divine general was so troublesome. At this stage, why was he still asking questions? The other candidates have no questions. I mainly want to ask you, Empyrean Masters. The 8-cloud divine general looked at the Empyrean Masters present. There were a total of 15 Empyrean Masters, 8 from the first universe, 5 from the second universe, and 2 from the third universe. This time, due to the different deduction requirements, these Empyrean Masters were at a disadvantage. They even performed very poorly during the Sky King diagram deduction. Among them, a few Empyrean Masters almost did not complete the first stage of deduction within 20,000 years. If you answer my questions incorrectly, then you have no fate with the inheritance, said the 8-cloud divine general. The 15 Empyrean Masters were shocked. Someone wanted to ask, didn't they agree on this before? The 8-cloud divine general explained, "It's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general has special requirements for the miniature universes that you nurture. Once a miniature universe is nurtured, it will be fixed, and its future path will be limited. If the structure of your miniature universe does not meet my requirements, then you are naturally not qualified to receive the inheritance." There are such requirements? The structure of a miniature universe? The Empyrean Masters present were shocked, and some started to worry. No one knew what the requirements of the 8-cloud inheritance were for miniature universes. The 8-cloud divine general continued, "The other Tao lords, true lords, and 9th tribulation transcenders are weak and have yet to open up miniature universes. As long as they can receive the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general, when they open up miniature universes in the future, they will naturally receive guidance on how to structure a suitable miniature universe. But for you Empyrean Masters, your miniature universes have already been fixed." The 8-cloud divine general asked them, "Now, tell me the structure of your miniature universes directly." Structure? The 15 Empyrean Masters were hesitant. Right now, they really wanted to know what kind of universe structure God General 8-Cloud wanted, and then they could just fabricate some fake information to target it. However, the 8-Cloud Divine General was not stupid. He did not reveal any information, nor did he give them any chance to fabricate anything. At the same time, the other candidates were secretly relieved. Fortunately, the question was directed at Empyrean Masters, and it had nothing to do with them. No wonder the two Holy Land universes did not send any Empyrean Masters over. It seems that the 8-Cloud inheritance allows Empyrean Masters to become the inheritor. However, the requirements are extremely harsh. The structure of the miniature universe must meet the special requirements of the 8-Cloud Divine General. As for the Empyrean Masters of the two Holy Lands, their miniature universes have been destroyed by the calamity, so there is no need to talk about a universe structure. Jiang Xi thought to himself, so that's how it is. The inheritance actually has requirements for miniature universes. The other Tao Lords, True Lords, and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders all widen their horizons. This had nothing to do with them, so they all watched with great interest. They wanted to know what was going on with the structure of a miniature universe.
Speak.
What are you waiting for? The 8-Cloud Divine General frowned. You, speak first. He pointed at Empyrean Master Fong Lai. Empyrean Master Fong Lai's expression changed slightly. All of them wanted to be the last to answer. This way, they could infer the requirements of the 8-Cloud Divine General based on the answers of the other Empyreans. Therefore, whoever answered first would be at a disadvantage. However, now that the 8-Cloud Divine General had chosen him, there was no room for hesitation. Empyrean Master Fong Lai clenched his teeth and said, "When my Grotto Heaven world evolved into a miniature universe, I was at the edge of the entire miniature universe. I opened up the space of the 8 origins: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. They were connected to the origin of the entire miniature universe to stabilize the structure of the entire miniature universe. Ordinary methods. Next. The 8-Cloud Divine General shook his head indifferently, and his gaze fell on the third sacred master of the Heavenly Feather Clan. After answering the question, Empyrean Master Fong Lai's expression changed drastically. He sighed silently. It seemed that this was not going to work. Now, it was the third sacred master's turn to be nervous and worried. Chapter 620. Facing 8-Cloud General's questioning, the third Holy Master of the Sky Feather Clan quickly made up a story. The miniature universe that I created includes a total of 10,000 space planes, and the origin of these space planes is based on the Sword Path secret technique to form a sword-shaped universe origin. That's all? 8-Cloud General looked at him expressionlessly. The third Holy Master was making up a story, but when he heard 8-Cloud General's question, he immediately felt that he had a chance. He quickly added, "Of course, that's not all. To stabilize these 10,000 space planes, I created another 10,000 miniature space planes in each of them, and the origins were also in the shape of swords. Actually, there are a total of trillions of space planes. What nonsense! If you had such a structure, your miniature universe would have collapsed long ago." 8-Cloud General sneered. Next.
Ha ha.
Some great beings couldn't help but laugh. The third Holy Master glared at them. He had indeed made up a structure that was purely his imagination. After all, when becoming a Celestial Master, everyone had carefully designed the structure of their miniature universes. No one had dared to mess around. Although there were many ideas, they were all careful and safe. They didn't dare to try too much. When I became a Celestial Master, my cave world evolved into a miniature universe, and all the space planes in it used the origins as the foundation to form a pyramid. It was extremely stable. Although it was stable, it also restricted your development to a higher level. Next. My miniature universe. These Celestial Masters were all racking their brains to answer. Regardless of whether they were talking about the structure of their miniature universes or just making up a story, they were all trying to get close to 8-Cloud General's requirements. Next. Haha. Your structure is interesting, but are you sure you have such a structure? It's too ordinary. If you really have such a structure of your miniature universe, it's a miracle that you've survived until now. 8 Cloud General listened to the answers of the 15 Celestial Masters and made comments, but none of them met his requirements. After all the Celestial Masters had answered, he shook his head lightly. As expected, without guidance from a stronger great being, it's impossible to complete an advanced universe structure based on your own ideas. You Celestial Masters have limited potential, so you're not qualified to inherit my inheritance. The 15 Empyrean powerhouses looked at each other, all very helpless. I didn't expect there to be so many things to pay attention to when creating a miniature universe. Jiang Ci thought to himself. That's right. Cultivators in the Chaos Sea who can reach the Heavenly Venerate level are already at the top. There was no clear standard for which miniature universe was better or worse. Only a powerful existence from an ancient civilization like the 8 Clouds General would know which universe structure is better. This was the importance of a legacy. The 8 Clouds inheritance was the accumulated experience of countless experts in the past. It was a path that led to the peak. For the sake of such a path, the past generations of experts had paid an unimaginable price. In other words, the value of each peak succession was immeasurable. It was no wonder that the supreme beings of the 2 Holy Land universes were tempted. However, 8 Clouds Divine General looked at the 15 Empyreans and suddenly said, "Everything in this world has a chance of good fortune. I am someone who keeps my promises. Since you have completed the first stage of the deduction, I will naturally give you a chance. However, the difficulty for you to obtain the inheritance is thousands of times greater than the other candidates." All the Empyrean Venerates became excited. As long as there was still a chance, it was fine. Also, 8 Clouds Divine General's eyes suddenly turned cold. They were filled with murderous intent that made people shudder. The candidates were nervous. They didn't know what was going to happen. All the candidates of the Heavenly Feather race are not qualified to receive the inheritance, and they will all die. 8 Clouds Divine General said coldly. The Heavenly Feather race? Jiang Ci was shocked. This, Tao Lord Tuoyu was also shocked. The Heavenly Feather race is not qualified to receive the inheritance? True Lord Huyu was also confused. Impossible. Tao Lord Jinlan was shocked and furious. Not only her, but the 3rd Sacred Master, the 4th Sacred Master, Tao Lord Shifeng, and all the other candidates of the Heavenly Feather race were shocked.
Boom.
The 3rd Sacred Master immediately took out the Heavenly Feather race's cornerstone treasure, the 7th grade flying-type true treasure Rippling Palace. He entered the Palace of Turbid Waves almost instantly. Then, the colorful palace rapidly grew in size. Come in. Instantly, the 4th Sacred Master, Tao Lord Shifeng, Tao Lord Jinlan, and the others rushed into the Rippling Palace as fast as they could, ignoring their shock and anger. They all knew that even if they were angry, they had to hide inside the 7th grade true treasure first. It wouldn't be too late to question it later. After all, the 3rd Sacred Master's strength was enough to ensure their safety by fully activating the 7th grade true treasure. Although the 8 Clouds Divine General was powerful, he had already died. He was just an illusion and probably couldn't do anything to them. Soon, a total of 54 candidates of the Heavenly Feather race, including the 2 Heavenly Venerables, entered the Rippling Palace. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. On the green grassland, there was a colorful palace that looked very eye-catching. Lord 8 Clouds Divine General, why are the Heavenly Feather race not qualified to receive the inheritance? All of us have to die. Why is there such a difference? 8 Clouds Divine General, if you really don't want us to receive the inheritance, why didn't you tell us directly at the start of the selection? Just like how you treated the corpse race, saying that they aren't qualified to receive the inheritance. If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have had to send so many people here. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Feather race questioned one after another. They were all very angry. Yes, Lord 8 Clouds Divine General, why is there such a difference in treatment? Why did you give us hope and then make us despair? In the end, you said that we aren't qualified and even wanted to kill us. Angry voices came from the rippling palace one after another. The 8 clouds' divine general's abyss-like eyes were filled with a sharp blood-red light. He said coldly, "You bunch of birdmen, your ancestors betrayed the primordial realm in the early years and helped the astral realm cut off our path of retreat. Otherwise, with the strength of an imperial lord, how could we have been defeated so easily? If not for the fact that I'm already dead, I would have wiped out your race with a slap." These words were full of killing intent. They shrouded the 4th square, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The content of these words shocked all the heavenly venerables, Tao lords, perfected lords, and 9th tribulation transcenders, a total of 750 candidates. Primordial realm? The astral realm? The 8 clouds' divine general came from the primordial realm, and the heavenly feather race used to be a race of the primordial realm. But they betrayed the primordial realm? There was too much information hidden in these words, and the powerhouses present couldn't figure out the relationship between them for a while. Jiang Xi was also very shocked, but his shock was somewhat different from the other candidates. To be precise, he was even more clear about the relationship between them. This was because Qing Shuang's map had mentioned the primordial realm and the astral realm. At that time, he didn't care about these. After all, such names were very common. For example, Tao Lord 9 Clouds Grotto Heaven World was called the 9 Clouds Realm. In addition, there was too much information in Qing Shuang's map. It was very easy for him to ignore the names of the primordial realm and the astral realm. Now, after hearing the 8 clouds' divine general's words, he immediately recalled the relevant information in his mind. Qing Shuang's race can monitor the entire chaos sea with a mysterious monitoring space. They are incomparably powerful, but they are only the descendants of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings. According to Qing Shuang, those terrifying existences, which are their ancestors, once had 7 holy land universes. However, they were all destroyed in a great battle with the enemies of the upper realm. Jiang Xi recalled the scenes recorded in the relief carvings of the mysterious monitoring space. There were powerhouses fighting, causing the sky to fall and the earth to sink. The void split open into abyssal cracks that couldn't be healed. Endless chaotic gray fog poured down like a waterfall. There was a golden whip that swept across the sky, destroying numerous ancient warships and leaving behind a golden river in the void. There was a mountain peak that directly killed a group of giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black rain overflowed into the sky. There was also a peerless figure that created a resplendent path that pierced through everything, sweeping away the powerful enemies in the sky like rain and crossing into an unknown world. That extremely terrifying battle created the 2 great danger zones of the Chaos Sea, Golden River and Mount Xianhuang. And Qing Shuang's map once vaguely mentioned that the astral realm seemed to be the enemy of the upper realm in that battle. Jiang Xi quickly understood everything. In that case, the ancestors of Qing Shuang's race, those terrifying existences, should be related to the primordial realm. In other words, they were people of the primordial realm. Then, were they related to the 8 cloud divine generals and the supreme monarch? Jiang Xi couldn't think of an answer for this at the moment. Before he could continue thinking, his train of thought was interrupted by angry and unwilling voices. This is impossible. Ancestors of the heavenly feather race. The first sacred lord of our race was the first heavenly feather race life form born in the first universe. He's the ancestor of the heavenly feather race. How could the first sacred lord betray the primordial realm? Waves of angry roars came from within the mud billow palace. The 8 clouds divine general was extremely cold. The heavenly feather race is an eternal race. Although the heavenly feather divine general was destroyed by the people of our primordial realm, the heavenly feather race is still a race of eternal races. Although the heavenly feather race was annihilated by the primordial realm, the bloodline she left behind is an existence that can't be erased. After every calamity, the chaos, she will give birth to the heavenly feather race again. Even some of her inheritance will return to your race. The syllables in the 8 Cloud Generals' words were different from hers. Everyone was able to discern this point, and they thought of many other things. The Heavenly Feather Divine General? All the Heavenly Venerables and Tao Lords present knew that the Heavenly Feather race had once obtained the inheritance of a Heavenly Venerate ruin in the Myriad Worlds ruins. The 9 Empyrean-level Holy Lords could use their inheritances to summon an incomparably sacred Supreme Phantom. That light figure was 1,000,000 kilometers tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings on its back. Although its face was blurry, it was certain that it was a woman. Now, combined with the 8 Cloud Generals' words. Of course, everyone could guess that the sovereign light figure was probably the Heavenly Feather Divine General. Eternal race? Bloodline can't be erased? Jiang Xi was shocked. He had seen the battle between Tomorrow Venerate and the 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather race in the mysterious monitoring space. He had also seen the Heavenly Feather race's sovereign descent. Therefore, he knew the connection between them. Now, you can all die. The 8 Cloud Generals spoke again. The blood-red light in his abyss-like eyes had become extremely dazzling. You didn't give us hope or a way to live in that case. I'd like to see how many eras you've been dead. Do you have the ability to pass through the obstruction of a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure to kill us? The 3rd Sacred Lord laughed angrily. He was mad. Come, let me see how strong a mere shadow can be, the 4th Sacred Lord roared.
Boom.
The palace of turbid waves suddenly turned into a stream of light and smashed toward the 8 Cloud Generals with great power. The power of 2 Heavenly Venerables activating a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure at the same time was extremely terrifying. The other candidates present, including Jiang Xi, were all shocked. Even the other 13 Heavenly Venerables were not confident that they could withstand this attack. Humph. The 8 Cloud Generals snorted coldly. Countless green rays of light appeared on the grass of the square, exuding rich vitality. Then, these green rays of light condensed in the air and wrapped around the palace of turbid waves layer by layer like spider webs and silk.
Boom.
The palace of turbid waves struggled madly, causing cracks to appear in the space around it. However, the countless green rays of light were tough. They bound the palace of turbid waves tightly, preventing it from escaping. You can only bind it, but you can't kill it. The 3rd Sacred Lord's voice came from the palace of turbid waves. This is a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure. There are only a few of them in the entire Chaos Sea. What a joke. It's just a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure. If I were still alive, I could crush it with a wave of my hand.
But now,
the 8 Cloud Generals looked down and pointed at the ground. An abyssal fissure suddenly appeared on the ground that was covered by grass. Waves of terrifying aura fluctuations emanated from it. The palace of turbid waves struggled madly, but it was still dragged toward the crack by the countless green rays of light. The secret techniques I left behind may not be able to kill you, but the dangerous places I set up are enough to kill you.
Boom.
Angry roars came from the palace of turbid waves, but it was still dragged into the terrifying crack by the countless green rays of light. Rumble. The crack closed instantly, and the square became quiet again. The terrifying energy that spread from it also disappeared. Even so, the experts present were still fearful of him under normal circumstances. The 3rd Sacred Lord of the Heavenly Feather clan would be invincible in the chaos, see if he used a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure. Unless he met an absolute being or an invincible celestial master like Purple Sky, his life would be in danger. Now, the 8 Cloud Generals had killed the 3rd Sacred Lord and the 4th Sacred Lord with a wave of his hand. At the same time, in the boundless Chaos Sea, the 9 miniature universes of the Heavenly Feather clan floated near the 1st universe. 2 of the miniature universes were collapsing rapidly. Universe barriers that were hundreds of light years long and wide crashed toward the stars and continents in the miniature universes. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. It was doomsday. Evacuate. Move to the other Sacred Lord's universes. The sky is falling. The 3rd Sacred Lord is dead. I'm not leaving. I'm going to live and die with the fourth sacred lord. The two miniature universes were filled with cries. Universe transportation portals kept operating, sending the members of the Heavenly Feather Clan to the other miniature universes. At the same time, the remaining 7 Sacred Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan were gathered in the first Sacred Lord's miniature universe. Sacred Lords, after the third Sacred Lord was sucked into the crack of the abyss, the third Sacred Lord felt that something was amiss. All the Tao Lords, True Lords, and Ninth Tribulation Transcendent were able to survive. Tao Lord Jean Lon respectfully reported the situation to the 7 Sacred Lords. That crack of the abyss is very powerful. It should contain terrifying primordial spirit attacks. The third Sacred Lord and the fourth Sacred Lord couldn't withstand those attacks, even when they worked together. When they couldn't hold on any longer, they immediately ordered us to self-destruct and leave. The survivors described the situation one by one. The 7 Sacred Lords didn't speak, but their expressions were ugly. The 8 Cloud Generals had said that the Heavenly Feather Clan was an eternal race, and that new members of the Heavenly Feather Clan would be born after the Chaos Sea disaster. But what did that have to do with them? Once the calamity arrived, they would all die. Even if there was a new Heavenly Feather Clan, it would be another race. The only chance for the Heavenly Feather Clan to become eternal was gone just like that. Not only that, but the third Sacred Lord and the fourth Sacred Lord had also died. Those were 2 heavenly venerables, especially the third Sacred Lord, who was a third-step heavenly venerable and the second strongest person in the clan. When the 9 Sacred Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan worked together to use the Supreme Descent technique, they could summon a Supreme projection with strength close to that of a Supreme. Now, there were only 7 Sacred Lords left. Although they could still use the Supreme Descent technique, its power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, their clan treasure, the Rippling Palace, had been lost in the 8 Cloud Ruins. They had suffered heavy losses. Damn it! The 9th Sacred Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. According to what the 8 Cloud Generals said, the Heavenly Feather Clan will definitely fight to the death with them. The second Sacred Lord said in a low voice, "If that's the case, we must prepare as soon as possible. Once we find out who the final 8 Cloud Inheritor is, we must immediately kill them." The first Sacred Lord said coldly. Then, the 7 Sacred Lords rushed to the Chaos Sea ruins at the same time. After the Heavenly Feather Clan's pain and anger, they made the decision to kill the 8 Cloud Inheritor. At the same time, the Juntian Sacred Ground, the 4th Universe's human race, and the other forces in the Chaos Sea were also looking forward to it. Based on the current situation, only Jiang Xi and Perfected Lord Hu had the highest possibility of obtaining the inheritance. However, the other candidates still had a chance. In the Juntian Sacred Ground, Supremacy Juntian personally talked to Perfected Lord Hu Yu and Perfected Lord Qi Han's clones. It was obvious that this ancient supremacy could not sit still any longer. Supremacy Red Lotus of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground also personally met Perfected Lord Tuo Yi and the other candidates. All the forces were looking forward to the candidates who made it to the 4th stage to obtain the inheritance. The heavy burden of each race was placed on the candidates, causing them to be extremely excited and fanatical. Since they had already embarked on this path, it was equivalent to walking on a path of no return. This was because only one inheritor could survive in the end. The rest would have to die. Therefore, everyone was already mentally prepared. Whether it was for themselves or for their race, they would do whatever it took. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they would not hesitate. Now, what they needed to do was to try their best to send the information they obtained from the inheritance back to their race before they died. In the 4th universe, Venerable Ming also had a conversation with Jiang Xi's clone. Venerable Ming said with a deep gaze, "In the vast Chaos Sea, there are originally only 2 paths if one wants to cultivate eternity. One is the eternal road that descended from an unknown place. However, according to the records of many races, it seems that the eternal road has not descended for a long time." Of course, Jiang Xi knew the reason. It was because the ancestor of Qing Shuang's race had a great battle with the upper realm, so the eternal road no longer descended. Venerable Ming continued, "The other path is to break through eternity. Go to the endless void above the chaos sea and break through the realm wall. If you can break through it, you can also achieve eternity. However, this path is similar to a path of no return. Even heavenly venerable purple firmament did not have the confidence to break through the realm wall back then. Compared to heavenly venerable purple firmament back then, there's still a big gap, let alone breaking through eternity." Venerable Ming sighed softly and then chuckled. Now, it seems that there's still a third path. Previously, the various forces in the chaos sea had always had doubts. In the absence of the eternal road, why are there two great holy land universes? Presumably, the two supreme beings were like today. They obtained the ancient inheritance in the myriad world ruins and thus obtained the method to cultivate eternity. Venerable Ming looked at Jiang Xi. Today's 8 Clouds inheritance is another opportunity to become eternity. This opportunity is the biggest opportunity for you and the human race in the 4th universe. Moreover, you're now the most likely candidate to obtain the inheritance. At the beginning of the 4th universe, the human race stood up step by step from being weak. Under the leadership of heavenly venerable purple firmament, we rose among the thousands of races in the 4th universe and became the strongest peak race. At that time, the human race experienced countless wars with other races and faced the danger of extinction many times until the rise of heavenly venerable purple firmament. Now the human race is strong. Countless descendants of the human race can travel and play in this vast universe without any worries. They can use a large amount of resources to cultivate and even make many races our vassals. Other than the human race in the 1st universe that was exterminated when they were weak, in the other universes, the human race is the peak race. Because we have an unyielding heart, a heart that is always upward. We're not willing to be weak. Similarly, we're not willing to be annihilated in the long river of time. Venerable Ming's tone was resolute and decisive. What the human race wants to be is an eternal existence, even stronger than the 2 Holy Land universes. We want to reach the level of the ancient civilization and create a more brilliant and powerful civilization. And this time, it's an opportunity. The rise of every great being has some key transformation turning point. And the rise of a race also has such a key transformation turning point. Your opportunity this time is the key turning point of the human race's destiny. Whether the human race walks to the peak or is annihilated in the long river of time, it's all up to you. Jiang Xi. Venerable Ming looked at Jiang Xi, his eyes full of expectation. "I'll do my best." Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. In the 4th square of 8 Cloud ruins, 8 Cloud godly general stood in front of the 8-story pavilion and looked down at the remaining 696 candidates. Then he said loudly, "This pavilion is 8 Cloud Pavilion. The inheritance of the 8 Clouds pulse is all hidden in the Pavilion of Secrets." When the 8 Clouds received the inheritance in the past, it was also in this 8 Cloud Pavilion. As soon as this was said, the eyes of all the candidates, including Riverward, immediately lit up. They were looking forward to it. This 8 Cloud Pavilion is a true treasure. Although it's used to carry the inheritance, 8 Cloud godly general said with a sigh, it can absorb all kinds of energy, including the gray fog in the chaos ocean. It can maintain the stability of the internal space of 8 Cloud Pavilion and maintain the reproduction of life in the space. Jiang Xi and the others were shocked, but they quickly calmed down as they were used to it. Under normal circumstances, only the 4 original universes, the 2 Holy Land universes, and the miniature universes of celestial masters could absorb such terrifying energy for their own use. Even celestial masters couldn't absorb the gray fog in the chaos ocean. However, the 8 Clouds inheritance from the primordial realm wasn't restricted by this rule. Even a supreme treasure could actively absorb the chaotic gray fog, which was why it could remain intact after the era of infinite calamity. 8 Cloud godly general looked at them and said, Now, it's time for you to receive the inheritance. Before the inheritance begins, there's something I need to clarify. The hearts of Riverward and the other candidates immediately rose again. They were worried that the 8 Clouds Divine General would cause trouble again. 8 Cloud Godly General continued, I know that in your era, secret techniques are divided into 3 levels: Pinnacle, Ultimate, and Origin. In the primordial realm, it's not like this. Over there, secret techniques are divided according to their levels, and it's more detailed. The first 3 levels correspond to Pinnacle secret techniques. The 4th to 6th levels corresponded to the Ultimate secret techniques. Levels 7 to 9 correspond to Celestial Master secret techniques. Levels 10 and above correspond to Supreme secret techniques. The 696 candidates all heaved a sigh of relief and fell into deep thought. According to this classification, my Mountain Sea Sword Sutra of the Great Tao is a 4th-tier mystic art? Riverward thought. Level 4 to 6 ultimate secret techniques were generally mastered by Tao Lords. This was because one had to comprehend the heavenly Tao to create a secret technique of this level. His Great Tao Scroll was created from a Great Tao level Taoist technique. Originally, it could only reach level 3 at most. However, he cultivated 7 Taoist techniques at the same time and combined the 5 elements. In the end, he broke through this limit and reached level 4. Then, what's the purpose of 8 Cloud Godly General saying all this? Jiang Ci raised his head and looked at 8 Cloud Godly General. The other candidates were the same. 8 Cloud Godly General said, I'm saying all this because the final inheritance of the 4th level is determined by your results in creating the secret technique. In this level, you need to create a new secret technique. Due to your different cultivation levels, my requirements for you are also different. The requirement for 9 Tribulation Transcenders is to create a level 3 secret technique. The requirement for Perfected Lords is to create a level 6 secret technique. The requirement for Tao Lords is to create a level 9 secret technique. The requirements for Heavenly Venerables are lower. You just need to create a level 10 secret technique. Whoosh! Immediately, the candidates present were in an uproar as they looked at the Heavenly Venerables too abnormal. The remaining 13 Heavenly Venerables all had ugly expressions. Some smiled bitterly, while others cursed in their hearts. Lo my ass! A level 10 secret technique was already at the supreme level. If they could create it, they would have become supreme long ago. Why would they wait until now? Therefore, this is a competition game. Among you candidates, the first to create a secret technique that meets the requirements will be the final inheritor. Remember, it's a new secret technique. 8 Cloud Godly General's words were shocking. Jiang Ci's expression also changed. Did that mean that his advantage in the 3rd level was gone? Apart from the Heavenly Venerables, the other candidates all revealed looks of joy and excitement. Were they back on the same starting line? At this moment, 8 Cloud Godly General continued, Of course, in this level, the help you can receive is also different. This 8 Cloud Pavilion has a total of 8 levels. The first 5 levels are all basic inheritances. From bottom to top, the higher the level, the more and richer the foundational inheritances hidden. It will be of greater help to you in creating secret techniques later on. You can create secret techniques faster according to the inheritances inside. As for which level you will be assigned to, it will be determined according to your results in the 3rd level of deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. The gazes of the candidates immediately landed on Jiang Ci. Some also landed on Perfected Lord Huyu. That was because the 2 of them had the highest deduction results. Only Mountain Sea and Huyu completed the 3rd stage of deduction. 8 Cloud Godly General also looked at the 2 of them. Between the 2 of you, Mountain Sea's deduction results are the best. Therefore, Mountain Sea will enter the 5th level and Huyu will enter the 4th level. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. Perfected Lord Huyu looked deeply at Jiang Ci with a crazy gaze. In his opinion, Jiang Ci was a Tao Lord expert and needed to create a rank 9 secret technique. However, he was only a Perfected Lord expert and only needed to create a rank 6 secret technique. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. There are 4 candidates left who completed the second stage of deduction. All 4 of you will enter the third level. 8 Cloud Godly General continued originally. There were 5 candidates. However, Tao Lord Jinlong of the Heavenly Feather Race was dead. The remaining 4 candidates, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Chihan, Perfected Lord Fire Wind, and Sanhai of the Demon Race, were incomparably excited. The foundational inheritances of the third level should be very rich as well, right? Hope was ignited in their hearts. As long as they could create a ranked 9 secret technique, they would have a chance of obtaining the inheritance. Normally, they would not have such confidence. However, they believed that the foundational inheritances of 8 Cloud Pavilion should be able to help them achieve this. There are 690 candidates left who completed the first stage of deduction. Apart from the 13 Heavenly Venerates, the other candidates have all entered the second level. The 13 Heavenly Venerates will enter the first level. 8 Cloud Godly General said finally. The expressions of Heavenly Venerate Fong Lai and the other Heavenly Venerates were very complicated. They did not know whether to rejoice or be angry. They were all existences that stood at the top of the primal chaos sea. Now, they had fallen to the bottom and were even inferior to a 9th tribulation transcender. However, they were also clear that they had already walked to this point, and there was already no possibility of turning back. They could only hope that there were foundational inheritances that could allow them to cultivate to the eternal level in the first level of 8 Cloud Pavilion. Then, they could self-detonate and leave, bringing these inheritances to their race. Although this hope was very, very small, almost negligible, there was still a little bit of hope. As for creating a secret technique or something, they no longer hoped for it. Rank 10 secret techniques corresponded to the supremacy level. If they could create one, they would have long cultivated to the eternal level. At this moment, they were all very jealous of Tao Lord Mountain Sea and Perfected Lord Huyu. They had occupied a level of foundational inheritance alone, and the requirements were so low. Go-ins. 8 Cloud Godly General waved his hand. On the first 5 levels of 8 Cloud Pavilion, glowing doors opened one after another. There was only one door on the 5th and 4th levels, 4 on the 3rd level, and many on the 2nd and 1st levels. Jiang Xi and Perfected Lord Huyu flew towards their respective doors. The other candidates did the same. Soon, all 696 candidates entered the 8 Clouds Pavilion. 8 Cloud Godly General looked at this scene with a complicated expression. He said softly, 8 Cloud Pavilion has finally opened again. How long has it been? Too long. It's been so long that my memories are blurry. When this matter is over, I can be truly annihilated. I can live up to my ancestors. After Jiang Xi entered the glowing door on the 5th level of 8 Cloud Pavilion, space-time immediately changed. He discovered that the so-called 5th level was not an ordinary pavilion but a chaotic space. There was a large amount of chaotic gray fog slowly flowing below, and above was darkness. There were stars hanging in the darkness, faintly emitting all kinds of light. Where is the foundational inheritance? Jiang Xi walked on the ground filled with chaotic gray fog and looked around. Finally, he turned his gaze to the shining stars above.
Whoosh, whoosh.
In the dark sky, a huge star in the center suddenly shot out a dazzling beam of light, directly enveloping him. Jiang Xi did not sense any danger, so he did not dodge. The moment the beam of light enveloped him, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Candidate, you have the right to the core inheritance. Please choose the category of the foundational inheritance: close combat, long range, equipment forging, vegetation, machinery, miscellaneous. Close combat. Jiang Xi made his choice. The Tao techniques that he cultivated, the strength of his body that was comparable to a 6th grade supreme treasure, and the various treasures that he had, all decided that he was most suitable for close combat. Please choose the type of close combat that you are good at: saber, sword, spear, axe, sword. There was nothing to hesitate about. The 4th round's selection requirement was to see who could create a secret technique that met the requirements first. This was a competition game, so, of course, he had to choose the field that he was best at to create a secret technique. Activating the close combat sword inheritance. The cold mechanical voice was emotionless, like an AI program.
Boom.
Many of the stars in the sky shot out beams of light, enveloping Jiangxi's body. Suddenly, a large amount of inheritance information rushed into Jiangxi's mind. It was a very detailed foundational inheritance of sword techniques. These foundational inheritances started from the level of a perfected lord and gradually went deeper until the level of a heavenly venerable. Each of them interpreted the swordsmanship from a different angle and dissected the swordsmanship bit by bit. In fact, Jiangxi even saw a similar sword technique idea to the Mountain Sea sword scripture. There were all kinds of sword techniques that fused together. A total of 3,600 sword inheritances rushed into Jiangxi's mind in one go. It made Jiangxi a little dizzy, and his primordial spirit seemed to have entered a state of overload. This was because the information of each inheritance was directed to the level of a heavenly venerable. It could be said that there was a huge amount of information. Even with the strength of Jiangxi's primordial spirit, it took him a full 3 days to absorb all of it. In the 8 Clouds inheritance, the secret techniques of heavenly venerables are only the foundation. Jiangxi took a deep breath. He was looking forward to the final inheritance more and more. Then he began to carefully organize the 3,600 secret techniques. It's really too mysterious. These foundational inheritances are all heavenly venerable level 9 secret techniques of Sword Dao. With my current foundation of Dao techniques, I can't create secret techniques of this level. Because this isn't just touching the heavenly venerable level, but each of them has reached the limit of a heavenly venerable. There are a total of 3,600 such foundational inheritances. This 8 Clouds inheritance is really abnormal. Any one of them is enough to make the major forces in the chaos sea go crazy. Of course, Jiangxi was very clear that these were sword techniques created by other experts. Although they were strong, they were not his own. Therefore, even if he cultivated to perfection according to these inheritances, he would not be able to reach the strongest power that the Creator could unleash. The truly strongest secret techniques were all created by the experts themselves. The ones that were suitable for themselves were the best. And these 3,600 foundational inheritances were the foundation for him to create the secret techniques. At this moment, boom,
Boom. Boom.
the stars in the sky suddenly erupted with an even more intense and dazzling light. Jiangxi's attention was immediately attracted. The starlight poured down like a waterfall and landed in the chaotic gray fog below. Then, it quickly changed and condensed into 3 sword-shaped mountains. Each sword mountain was over 100 million kilometers tall, and they were sparkling and translucent like crystals. There were many meteor-like rays of light that were constantly changing inside. Within the 3 sword mountains, countless meteor-like rays of light intertwined with each other, forming a magnificent and enchanting picture. It was as if it was a natural treasure. You have the core authority, so you are qualified to obtain the 3,600 Sword Dao manuals left behind by the past experts to provide reference for your own secret technique creation. In addition, you are the first candidate selected for this inheritance, so you can obtain 3 additional secret technique sword mountains. Inside each sword mountain, there are eternal rules of Sword Dao, representing the eternal mystery of Sword Dao. You can observe the 3 sword mountains and learn from the 3,600 sword inheritances to create a new Sword Dao secret technique. When your sword art meets the requirements first, you can become the new successor of the 8 Clouds sect. After the cold mechanical voice finished speaking, it fell silent. Jiangxi held his breath. The secrets of eternity are hidden in the sword mountains? The eternity that many forces in the chaos sea crazily pursue is in front of me just like that? And there are a total of 3. He looked at the 3 sword mountains in front of him. Those meteor-like rays of light were dazzling and dazzling. Just a glance was enough to intoxicate one's mind. Unbelievable. It is indeed beyond any power I have seen before. It is far beyond my ultimate sword Dao. All the experts in the Chaos Sea cultivated Dao techniques. Only then could they be recognized by the universe's origin and cultivate to tribulation transcender, perfected Lord, Dao Lord, but the meteor-like rays of light hidden in the sword mountains in front of him were incomparably transcendent. As expected, Jiang Xiai suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. Just now, he wanted to use his clone to simulate these 3 sword mountains in the sky connecting mountain river painting, just like how he simulated the Heavenly King diagram. The result was no surprise. He failed directly. This was because the meteor-like rays of light inside each sword mountain were constantly changing, and there was no repetition. It was already extremely difficult for him to simulate a certain scene, let alone simulate a scene that was constantly changing. Unless he didn't cultivate, and just followed these changes and simulated it all the time. However, that would be completely putting the cart before the horse and wasting time. I can't simulate it for now. Jiang Xiai shook his head right now. Obtaining the 8 Clouds sex inheritance was his top priority. Observe the sword mountains, learn from the 3,600 sword inheritances, and create a new sword Dao secret technique. This was what he needed to do next. This chapter is 10,000 words. Chapter 6:21. Jiang Xiai was now in front of the 3 sword mountains, thinking about the requirements of the last test. According to the requirements of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, a 9th Tribulation Transcender needs to create a 3rd stage secret technique. A perfected Lord needs to create a 6th stage secret technique, and a Dao Lord needs to create a 9th stage secret technique. The other candidates think that I'm a Dao Lord, but in fact, I'm still a perfected Lord. In other words, I only need to create a 6th stage secret technique. According to the standards of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, the 4th stage to 6th stage secret techniques correspond to the ultimate secret techniques of the Dao Lord level. It just so happens that my Sword Dao has been upgraded to the Ultimate Sword Dao realm, which is equivalent to the Heavenly Dao realm. Although it hasn't been upgraded to perfection, it's enough to create a 6th stage secret technique. Moreover, during the 20,000 years of deducing the Heavenly King diagram, my comprehension ability has been greatly enhanced, and the strength of my essence soul has also reached the Heavenly Venerable level. The deduction function of the experience points interface has also been greatly enhanced. Creating a new 6th stage Sword Dao secret technique? It's not difficult at all. Jiang Xiai was extremely confident. Next, he observed the 3 sword mountains in front of him while studying the 3,600 sword legacies. As long as he could record them into the interface, he could quickly upgrade these basic legacies, saving a lot of time. During this process, countless sword techniques flashed through his mind. As he observed, some of the meteor light rays inside the 3 sword mountains seemed to have turned into sword light and constantly drilled into Jiang Xi's body. He was like a piece of land that had been dry for countless years, constantly devouring this massive amount of sword legacies, and his foundation was rapidly improving. At the same time, Jiang Xiai was also constantly deducing, trying to create new secret techniques. As long as he could create the first style, he could use the interface to quickly deduce and improve. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Although the time was short, in these 1,000 years, Jiang Xi's cultivation efficiency had increased by hundreds of thousands of times compared to before. It seemed like 1,000 years, but it was equivalent to hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. His understanding of the Sword Dao had finally reached a limit, and he urgently needed to break through. On this day, Jiang Xiai stood in the slow-moving, chaotic gray fog with a long sword in hand, staring at the 3 sword mountains. Suddenly, the sword in his hand moved.
Whoosh!
A green ray of light appeared in the air. It was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by this endless green light, turning into a world of vitality.
Boom!
In the end, A green sword light annihilated the world that was full of vitality, as if it was going to destroy the world. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was extremely short. However, the entire process was like a cycle of reincarnation, from birth to death. Who would have thought that the secret technique created by combining the Life Heavenly Tao and the Omega Sword Tao would be so powerful? Jiang Xi was shocked. Since that's the case, this move shall be called Life Reincarnation. According to the path of advancement, the higher level of the Grand Tao of Wind was the Heavenly Tao of Life. He had never given up on deducing Taos. Not long after he had deduced the Omega Sword Tao, he had deduced his second Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Tao of Life. Then, he used the Heavenly Tao of Life and the Omega Sword Tao to create the first move of the new secret technique, Life Reincarnation. However, Jiang Xi was still a little nervous. In his opinion, the Cosmos Scroll and the Grand Tao Scroll of the Mountain Sea Sword Tao could be seen as a complete secret technique. The next Heavenly Tao Scroll would be the same. What he was afraid of was that the Eight Clouds General did not think so. If that was the case, his 1,000 years of effort would be wasted. However, if he was right, he would have a great advantage. Candidate, the first move of the Sword Tao secret technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Xi chuckled. It was done. He was betting that this legacy space was always under surveillance. In this way, he would know if the secret technique he created met the requirements. Once it met the requirements, he would be able to follow the old path and create a new path. He wouldn't let such a good foundation go to waste. If he were to look for inspiration to create a new secret technique, it would be a waste of time. Now, it was simple. He just had to continue deducing the Tao technique. As long as he deduced the Heavenly Tao corresponding to the 5 elements Tao technique, he would be able to create the second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Heavenly Tao Scroll. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. In the legacy space on the 5th floor of the Eight Clouds Pavilion, Jiang Xi stood in front of the 3 secret technique sword mountains. Suddenly, he waved his sword again. Rays of 5-colored light flowed out and gradually spread out, covering the entire legacy space. The 5-colored light constantly changed, finally forming a black and white yin-yang diagram.
Boom.
At this moment, a huge devouring force appeared. This yin-yang diagram seemed to be able to devour the entire world. One had to know that the sword in Jiang Xi's hand was only an ordinary Stage 5 supreme treasure. Even so, it could unleash such power. It was enough to show the power of this move. The terrifying power was already close to the heavenly venerable level. Of course, this legacy space was an important place of the Eight Clouds sect. With Jiang Xi's strength, he could not shake it. The sword mountains and the stars in the sky didn't move at all. Jiang Xi dispersed the yin-yang diagram. This move is a secret technique created with the 5 elements Heavenly Tao and Ultimate Sword Tao as the foundation. It actually formed such a mysterious yin-yang diagram. Since that's the case, then this move shall be called 5 Elements Yin-yang. This was the second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Tao Scroll. The 5 elements Heavenly Tao included the Great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A total of 5 Great Taos. But at the Heavenly Tao level, the 5 elements Heavenly Tao were combined to form the 5 elements Heavenly Tao. This was also the third Heavenly Tao that Jiang Xi had comprehended. Candidate, the second move of the Sword Tao secret technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Jiang Xi looked up at the stars in the dark sky and waited silently for a moment. Then he frowned. The first move, Life Samsara, and the second move, 5 Elements Yin-yang, are definitely at Stage 6. Why haven't they met the requirements of the Eight Clouds Divine General? Could it be that he thinks that just these 2 moves are not enough to form a complete secret technique? Jiang Xi was vexed. If he continued to create, it would become a heavenly venerable Stage 7 secret technique. With my current foundation, It's not enough to create a heavenly venerable secret technique. After all, he was still a 5 transformations true Lord. Unless he chose to break through to Tao Lord and continue to deduce Tao techniques, he would try to grasp the source and create new secret techniques. The problem was that his current experience points were not enough to raise his current 3 heavenly Taos to perfection. Naturally, he could not deduce higher-level Tao techniques. What should I do? Jiang Xi's mind raced. In the inheritance space on the 4th floor of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jun Tian's sacred grounds true lord who you carefully observed the 2 towering secret technique mountains in front of him. There were also countless rays of light flowing inside. Even if one did not understand the mysteries within, they would find it extremely beautiful. I've been through countless eras and have already created 4-stage 6 saber Tao secret techniques. As long as I can find new inspiration through the saber mountains in front of me. In addition to the 360 saber legacies that the inheritance space has given me, I only need 1 era to create a new secret technique. True Lord, Huyu muttered to himself. He was still looking for inspiration to create a new secret technique. There were 4 inheritance spaces on the 3rd floor of the 8 Clouds Pavilion. One of them was filled with chaotic gray fog. Tao Lord Tuoyi sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning as he pondered. There was also a towering secret technique mountain in front of him. With 36 saber legacies as references, I can also observe the saber mountains that contain eternal mysteries. I'm a half-step heavenly venerable and have already created 2-stage 6 saber Tao secret techniques. However, it's difficult for me to create a new one. He was a Tao Lord of the Red Lotus sacred ground and was not afraid of the calamities. He had already lived for countless eras, and his research of various Tao techniques had already reached his limits. It was truly too difficult for him to find a new secret technique. According to the Supreme, I can only comprehend a new secret technique with the help of the secret technique mountain in front of me. However, it's very difficult and depends on one's comprehension ability. Tao Lord Tuoyu was troubled. Jiang Xi and the others were not the only ones troubled. At the same time, the ancient Tao Lords from the Jun Tian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground were all troubled as they were stuck at the threshold of inspiration. The ultimate source of inspiration for creating secret techniques was still a matter of comprehension ability. Their comprehension abilities were not bad, but they had long been exhausted over the long years. Unless they could find new inspiration from the secret technique mountain. However, the only ones qualified to observe the secret technique mountain were Jiang Xi, perfected Lord Huyu, Tao Lord Tuoyi, and the other 3 level 3 candidates. The other level 2 candidates and level 1 heavenly venerables did not receive such treatment. It was not that easy to reach the requirements of the 8 divine generals with the simplest of legacies. However, none of the experts dared to slack off and were working hard. Every single one of them was hoping for that slim chance of obtaining the 8 divine generals' legacies. Time passed and another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Universe 4, within the mountain river diagram of the Heaven Empyrean building. The spirit body of Jiang Xi's clone sat in a lotus position in the vast cosmos. Opposite him was the white-robed Tomorrow Venerable. Tomorrow Venerable, I've created 2-stage 6 secret techniques based on the 3 heavenly Taos. However, I still haven't reached the requirements of the 8 divine generals. Clearly, these 2 secret techniques cannot form a complete set of Sword Tao secret techniques. I've been thinking hard, but I still can't find a way to create the 3rd one. Do I have to create a heavenly venerable level stage 7 secret technique? Tomorrow Venerable, please advise me on how I should advance. Tomorrow Venerable had a warm smile on his face. The 8 divine generals' legacies are the best legacies in that primordial realm civilization. The requirements for the inheritor are naturally very high. A secret technique that seems complete to us might have flaws in the eyes of the 8 divine generals. Jiang Xi nodded. However, where were the flaws? How could he perfect it? The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's concept was to use Sword Tao as the core and other Tao techniques as supplements to create secret techniques now. His life, heavenly Tao, and 5 elements heavenly Tao had combined with his ultimate sword Tao to form a new secret technique. Was he supposed to comprehend another heavenly Tao now? That would be too difficult. He had only deduced 3 heavenly Taos after 100,000 years. When cultivating Tao techniques, the more Tao techniques one cultivated at the same time, the harder it would be in the future. To comprehend a 4th heavenly Tao would definitely be 100 times more difficult. He might not even succeed in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. By then, he wouldn't have a chance to obtain the 8 divine generals' legacies. The 8 divine generals gave you 3 secret technique, Sword Mountains. The source must be on the Sword Mountains, tomorrow, Venerable said. I understand. However, the Sword Mountains contain eternal mysteries that are equally difficult to comprehend. I've been trying to find new inspirations from them, Zhang Xi said helplessly. Tomorrow, Venerable smiled. I've discussed this with Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable before. Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable? Zhang Xi's eyes lit up. That's right. He said that Sword Tao's secret techniques will eventually return to the sword itself. However, regardless of whether it's ultimate sword Tao, 5 elements heavenly Tao, life heavenly Tao, time heavenly Tao, space heavenly Tao, etc., these heavenly Taos are just a manifestation of the origins. However, the essence of these origins is actually the same. Tomorrow, Venerable said slowly. Zhang Xi didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable was also a sword cultivator. The Purple Firmament Sword Sutra that he created was the highest secret technique of the Tao Alliance. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. This was because Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable was permanently suppressed by the 4th universe. The origin was hostile to cultivators who cultivated this secret technique. Therefore, Purple Firmament sect used the method of inheritance imprints to pass down this secret technique from generation to generation. Until it was passed down to Zhang Xi, it could be said that Zhang Xi's sword Tao was so smooth not only because of the help of the experience panel, but also because he had the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra with him. Although this secret technique didn't contain any moves, it was like a book that thoroughly explained the sword Tao. It allowed him to be even more powerful when comprehending the sword Tao. Now, the words of this big shot in the sword Tao had enlightened District 9, causing Zhang Xi's thinking to change, and he had caught a trace of inspiration, a flash of inspiration. It was like primitive humans inventing the wheel for the first time. This was a process of thinking and cognition change. Since the source of the Tao technique is the same, then why should I be restricted to the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's secret technique thinking? I can completely combine the 3 heavenly Taos and create an even stronger secret technique move. In this way, I will definitely be able to meet the requirements of the 8 Cloud Divine General. Zhang Xi's thoughts suddenly opened up. Of course, it was easy to say but difficult to do. The 3 heavenly Taos were like incomparably precise instruments. Wanting to disassemble them and then reassemble them was naturally very difficult. Fortunately, the 3 sword mountains in front of him gave him a lot of help. The meteor light inside the sword mountains was extremely mysterious. When the panel was deducing, the efficiency was countless times faster than usual. Difficult. Very difficult. Too difficult. Not only was Zhang Xi's train of thought trapped, but many candidates from the Juntian Holy Land were also trapped at this step. Even perfected Lord Huyu, who had once created 4 sets of rank 6 secret techniques, couldn't find the inspiration for a secret technique. He had lived for countless eons. Although it was eternal, he had also exhausted his inspiration in the long years. In a temple in the giant hammer divine world of the Juntian Holy Land. Supreme, there's no hope at all. Perfected Lord Huyu's clone sat below the temple. He was very vexed. I studied the 2 secret technique Saber Mountains, but I didn't feel anything at all. Supreme, in the long history of our Juntian Holy Land, there has never been a case of a Tao Lord creating a rank 9 secret technique. If I can't grasp the source, how can I create a heavenly venerable level secret technique? Supreme, please guide me. Tao Lord Chi Han was also extremely anxious. There were other candidates who were also sitting cross-legged around. Jun Tian, Supreme's blurry figure, sat above the temple. He said slowly, "That's because your thinking and cognition are limited. Who said that you can't create a heavenly venerable secret technique without the source? Who you, Chi Han, carefully comprehend the secret technique mountain in the inheritance. If you can comprehend a little from it, you will see a new world." Perfected Lord Hu Yu and Dao Lord Chi Han exchanged glances. A new world? Comprehend carefully. Don't relax at all. Jun Tian Supreme instructed. Yes. The dozens of candidates said respectfully. Red Lotus Holy Land. The blurry figure of Supreme Red Lotus looked like a woman. She was also encouraging the candidates from this holy land. Toyi, you have a secret technique mountain as a reference. Abandon many of your past ideas and find new ideas from that saber mountain. Yes. Dao Lord Toyi replied respectfully. However, the worry between his brows did not dissipate. 8 Clouds Pavilion. 696 candidates. Only the 6 candidates from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels were qualified to observe the secret technique mountain. The other candidates from the 1st and 2nd levels could only find inspiration to create secret techniques through those few basic inheritances. Those basic inheritances could be cultivated to the limits of a heavenly venerable and were incomparably precious. However, even Jiang Xi and the others were vexed. Needless to say, the candidates from the 1st and 2nd levels were even more vexed. After searching bitterly for 10,000 years, they still could not find any inspiration to create secret techniques. In the end, only one of them could leave this 8 Clouds inheritance alive. If they failed, what was the point of having a few basic successions? Time passed, year after year. Jiang Xi stood in front of the 3 sword mountains and observed the mysteries inside the sword mountains. He constantly deduced the 3rd move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Heavenly Dao Scroll. After having an idea, his speed was faster. Moreover, the sword mountains contain the eternal mysteries of the sword Dao. With these as a reference, the efficiency of deduction was naturally higher. After an unknown period of time. On this day, Jiang Xi held a long sword in his hand and stood in the slowly flowing chaotic gray fog. Suddenly, he swung his sword. The sword light lit up and instantly streaked across the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded and actually gathered into a huge black and white sphere. Countless sword lights, carrying a destructive aura, were all compressed into the black and white sphere. In an instant, the diameter of this black and white sphere reached 10 billion kilometers. Poof. The black and white sphere was like a bubble illusion that suddenly exploded. A resplendent sword light flashed and disappeared. A fine mark visible to the naked eye appeared in the entire inheritance space and did not dissipate for a long time. Although this sword only drew a very fine mark, it still shook the 8 Cloud Pavilion's inheritance space. Its power reached the level of an empyrean. In the countless destructive sword lights, through the generation of yin and yang, a wisp of vitality is born. This is destruction and rebirth. Jiang Xi gently closed his eyes. At this moment, the 3 great heavenly Daos merged into one. Life Heavenly Dao, 5 Elements Heavenly Dao, and Ultimate Sword Dao were perfectly displayed in this sword technique. Candidate, the 3rd move of the Sword Dao Mystic Technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. But the voice did not stop. It continued. Congratulations on creating a rank 7 Mystic Technique. You have completed the mission and become the final inheritor. Although the voice was cold, there was finally a trace of emotion in it. Whoosh! Before Jiang Xi could be happy, he turned his head and looked over as if he had sensed something. A figure appeared in the chaotic gray fog in the distance. It was the 8 Cloud Divine General wearing crimson battle armor and holding a halberd. At this moment, the 8 Cloud Divine General's face was full of smiles. There was no longer a trace of coldness. Lord 8 Cloud Divine General, Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. There is no need to call me Lord. The 8-Cloud General smiled and said, You can call me Master. I'm the previous 8-Cloud, and you're the current 8-Cloud. I'm your guide, and also your master. Greetings, Master. Jiang Xi still bowed respectfully.
Haha.
8-Cloud Divine General laughed and then said, If that is the case, then there is no need to leave the other candidates alive. Kill them all.
Completely fall.
Jiang Xi's heart stirred. He quickly said, Master, these heads, these candidates, can they be left for me to kill? Oh. 8-Cloud Divine General looked at Jiang Xi meaningfully, as if he had seen through Jiang Xi's greatest secret. Soon he smiled and said, You are the new 8-Cloud.
Of course you can.
Jiang Xi immediately relaxed. He was still thinking about how to explain this request, but 8-Cloud Divine General did not ask for the eternal experience points. It is worth the risk. At this moment, 8-Cloud Divine General waved his hand. The stars in the sky emitted light and finally condensed into a colorful energy ball. Refine this item and you'll be able to control some of the killing methods on the first 5 floors of the 8-Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Xi reached out and took it. He fused it into his body and refined it almost instantly. Then, in the next moment, he sensed that he had formed a connection with the 8-Cloud Pavilion. Although he could not activate the entire 8-Cloud Pavilion, he could already peek into all the inheritance spaces on the first 5 floors. At this moment, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xianglo, Heavenly Master Fan Lai, and the other candidates, including Dao Lord Yanqing and a few other human candidates from the 4th Universe's human camp, were all under his control. At the same time, some of the killing methods in each inheritance space appeared in his mind one by one. He could confirm that as long as he willed it, he could easily kill the other 695 candidates. Other than the candidates of my race, the other experts, since you are all going to die anyway, just contribute some experience points to me. Jiang Xi did not show any mercy and directly activated the dangerous areas of each inheritance space. Destroy. At the same time, for a long time, in order to create the secret techniques and obtain the 8-Cloud inheritance, the candidates who had long fallen into madness had completely sunk into a state of madness. Suddenly, the stars in the sky burst out with invisible energy, which instantly descended on the candidates. Except for a few candidates from the 4th Universe's human camp.
No.
True Lord Hu Yu's eyes widened, and his face was ferocious.
No.
The inheritance is mine. It's mine. Then, he lost all signs of life. His body was not destroyed, but his primordial spirit had long dissipated. This is Dao Lord Tuoyi, who was comprehending the secret techniques mountain, suddenly changed his expression, and then he also lost all signs of life. One by one, the great beings instantly fell as if they were frozen. Moreover, this was a complete fall. As for those experts with clones, their clones fell at the same time. During this process, even heavenly venerables could not resist the invisible power in the inheritance space. As they fell, another 13 miniature universes in the Chaos Sea began to collapse and be destroyed. For a time, all the major forces in the Chaos Sea were shocked. Chapter 622. Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Supreme Red Lotus, who was enveloped by the Red Lotus shadow, frowned slightly. She looked at her clansman who was creating a secret technique seriously and instantly lost his breath. Especially Dao Lord Tuoyi, who she had high hopes for, had also fallen. This made her expression change slightly, not looking too good. Failed. Who obtained the 8-Clouds inheritance? Is it the human race of the 4th universe? Or Great Sky? Or some other lucky force? Supreme Red Lotus valued this inheritance very much because there were still some legends about the 8-Clouds in the world she lived in. One could imagine how powerful this inheritance was. This was an inheritance that had shone through countless eons. Even if it was separated by a long river of time, it would still shine brightly. Whether it's me or Great Sky, We both know how precious this inheritance is and want to obtain it. Supreme Red Lotus frowned and thought. Let's see what Great Sky Holy Land does next, or whether Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe is still alive. Then, we will know who obtained the inheritance. Great Sky Holy Land Universe, in a temple in the Giant Hammer Divine World. The candidates who were originally sitting cross-legged all lost their breath in an instant, and their primordial spirits dissipated. Humph! Supreme Jun Tian, who was sitting on the throne in the temple, snorted angrily. He stared at the corpse of Tao Lord Hu Yu at the front with an ugly expression and said in a low voice, Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe. The instant death of the candidates caused the entire chaos sea to fall into a great turmoil. The Eight Clouds inheritance was something that all the major forces desired. To them, it was a chance to achieve eternity and escape the calamity. Who obtained it? Is it the human race of the Fourth Universe, or the Great Sky Holy Land? Who is it? The major forces of chaos sea were all puzzled and guessing anxiously, including Supreme Red Lotus. Although they felt that Tao Lord Mountain Sea was most likely, the other candidates could not be ruled out. Only the Great Sky Holy Land was 99% sure that the final successor was Tao Lord Mountain Sea. I have broken through and become the successor of the Eight Clouds lineage. Jiangxi's clone sent a message to Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds. This news immediately caused a great commotion among the upper echelons of the race. They were all overjoyed. Within the Tongtian Mountain River portrait, Heavenly Venerable Zi Shao looked at the Heavenly King portrait and smiled. The Tao Alliance's method of communication was through the Skyspan Mountain and River diagram, so he was naturally aware of the contents of Jiangxi's message. This silent war in the chaos sea will decide the fate of our race. The humans of the Fourth Universe have won. Purple Firmament, Holy Man laughed happily. Regardless of whether he can escape from the suppression of the Fourth Universe before the calamity arrives, their race is destined to have a limitless future. As long as there were no accidents, they would definitely be able to open up a Holy Land universe that belonged to the human race. Eight Clouds Pavilion, 5th floor of the inheritance space. Jiangxi's face was full of smiles as he listened to the continuous notifications in his mind. You have killed a first step Heavenly Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 100. You killed a second step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 300. You killed a third step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 900. You killed a space level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 9. You have killed a rank 5 True Monarch. Experience points plus 50 billion. You have killed a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Experience points plus 180,000. Following this melodious voice, his experience points were also increasing rapidly. Experience points, 8,460 trillion. Eternal EXP, 6,451. This was the final harvest. Jiangxi's face was full of smiles. He was very happy. In this way, he had the experience to upgrade his ultimate sword Tao, 5 elements Heavenly Tao, and life Heavenly Tao. Thank you, Master. He bowed respectfully to the Eight Clouds General. It's fine. You are the new Eight Clouds General. You have the right to decide their life and death. The Eight Clouds General smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh. The 3 sword mountains directly turned into nothingness. That's it. Jiangxi looked over. His heart aching. Those were treasures. They all contained eternal mysteries. It would be good to bring them back for the higher-ups of the race to study. Haha, these are just the basic inheritances. You can study them as much as you want in the future. The Eight Clouds General laughed. These are all shallow Taos that the previous generations of Eight Clouds used to relax during cultivation. The most precious thing of my Eight Clouds lineage is naturally the core inheritance. Core inheritance? Jiangxi immediately looked forward to it. Follow me. The Eight Clouds General pointed, and a whirlpool passage appeared in the dark sky above. He brought Jiangxi and flew in one after another. Space and time changed, and they came to a new space. Jiang Xi realized that this space was extremely huge. Even his spiritual awareness couldn't detect the boundary. At this moment, there were many glowing space whirlpools around them. This is the 8th level of 8 Clouds Pavilion, the core inheritance space, and these space whirlpools are the passages that connect to other inheritance spaces. 8 Clouds Pavilion is a place where the previous generations of 8 Clouds received their inheritances. It is a truly strange treasure and extremely precious. In terms of size, the space contained here is even bigger than a miniature universe. The 8 Clouds General smiled. Jiang Xi nodded. It could be understood that the interior of 8 Clouds Pavilion was actually a miniature universe. In other words, it was refined from a miniature universe. Let's go. The 8 Clouds General brought Jiang Xi and instantly teleported to the depths of the core inheritance space. After standing still, Jiang Xi realized that he was already at the peak of a huge mountain in space. Looking down, he could see the boundless nebula flowing around this mountain peak. Jiang Xi was puzzled. This is the tomb of my 8 Clouds lineage's ancestors. The 8 Clouds General became very serious. Jiang Xi also became solemn. Looking around, he could feel many powerful auras faintly circulating around this huge mountain in space. However, these auras weren't complete. With a slight sense, he realized that they were incomplete. There were only wisps. "Look over there," the 8 Clouds General said. Jiang Xi looked in the direction that the 8 Clouds General was pointing. He saw that on the peak of the mountain, there was a slightly flat area, and there were many towering human-shaped statues. The incomplete auras that he sensed earlier were emitted by these human-shaped statues, and these human-shaped statues were the 8 Clouds of the previous generations. In fact, Jiang Xi even saw the 8 Clouds General's statue at the back. He also wore red battle armor and held a halberd. However, what attracted his attention the most was the statue at the front. This was because this statue was the most dazzling. He had long hair draped over his shoulders and wore a white robe. His simple face seemed to contain the truths of the world. Those seemingly calm eyes hid an extremely distant gaze, as if they could see through the river of time, as if they could see Jiang Xi's existence. Jiang Xi's mind shook. With just a glance, he felt as if all the secrets in his body had been seen through. Moreover, the leading statue emitted an incomplete aura. Although it was vague, it contained a unique might that had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. It wasn't just the leading statue. Jiang Xi discovered that the incomplete auras emitted by the other statues were the same, just a bit lacking. This meant that the strength of the previous 8 Clouds far surpassed the level of an Empyrean. Thus, when he arrived here, he didn't discover the existence of the statues at all. The one at the front is the founder of my 8 Clouds lineage, the 8 Clouds God King. The 8 Clouds General's eyes were filled with worship. Founder 8 Clouds God King? Jiang Xi was filled with deep veneration. The 8 Clouds General continued, "The previous 8 Clouds inheritors are all called 8 Clouds. Your future name will also be 8 Clouds. I am the 183rd generation 8 Clouds, and you are the 184th generation. However, the greatest existence of the previous 8 Clouds is the founder 8 Clouds God King. He is also the only Chaos Essence God King of my 8 Clouds lineage. He is an existence that truly stands at the peak." Chaos Essence God King? Jiang Xi earnestly listened.
He was surprised.
Could it be that the so-called Divine General and God King weren't military ranks of cultivators, but cultivation realms? Just as he was about to ask this question, the 8 Clouds General said with a solemn expression, "Now, kneel before the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds. Like this, you will truly be the 184th generation 8 Clouds." Jiang Xi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. He walked forward, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed, bam. His forehead landed solidly on the rock. Immediately, the statues of the previous generations of 8 Clouds emitted rays of light of different colors. Like fire seeds, they surged into his body. Furthermore, The founder statue at the front also released a wisp of white flame that landed between Jiang Xi's eyebrows. Passing on the torch. The 8 Clouds general watched this scene from the side and revealed a relieved smile. Just now, his statue also emitted a wisp of flame. It looked like a simple kowtow, but in fact, this was the most important step of the entire 8 Clouds inheritance. Only by obtaining the recognition of the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds could one become the true successor of the 8 Clouds. Even though Jiang Xi already had the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit, he could not help but groan in pain. At the same time, there was a white flame enveloped in various colors between his eyebrows. It was constantly pulsating, as though it was about to be inlaid into his body. A strange inheritance mark was gradually taking shape. Seeing this flame-like mark, the 8 Clouds general's body trembled slightly. He muttered in his heart, "Mountain Sea, from this moment onwards, you are perfected 8 Clouds." At this moment, Jiang Xi's entire body was trembling, and his veins were bulging. The intense pain made him unable to help but raise his head and roar. This was because the inheritance mark was not only imprinted between his eyebrows, but also between his essence spirit's eyebrows. Finally, between the eyebrows of his body and essence spirit, a wisp of white flame enveloped in various colors finally solidified and took shape. Immediately after, it completely concealed itself and disappeared. Even spiritual awareness could not detect it. This is too painful. Jiang Xi opened his eyes, and his entire body was still trembling slightly. The 8 Clouds general laughed. This is the inheritance mark created by the founder. Once the 8 Clouds of each generation inherit it, they can easily merge with the 8 Clouds Pavilion. And they must have the inheritance mark in order to refine the 8 Clouds Pavilion and obtain the true inheritance of the 8 Clouds. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and tossed the pain he felt just now aside. Compared to the 8 Clouds inheritance, this bit of pain was nothing. And the 8 Clouds Pavilion was such a special true treasure with a miniature universe hidden within. All it took was an imprint between his eyebrows for him to refine. This was too easy. It was unlike true treasures like Sky Tower and Xianhuang Mountain, which had troublesome refining conditions. Although I have fallen, the wisp of essence spirit left behind is still controlling the 8 Clouds Pavilion. You must wait for me to take the initiative to disperse my control of the 8 Clouds Pavilion before you can refine it, before it recognizes you as its master. You must do one thing. The 8 Clouds general continued. Teacher, please speak, Jiang Xi said respectfully. Swear, the 8 Clouds general said solemnly. Now repeat after me. Jiang Xi nodded. The 8 Clouds general said, I, as the new 8 Clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds. With the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the 8 Clouds Pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed. I must swear? Jiang Xi hesitated. You must. Otherwise, you will fall, and I will choose another inheritor. The 8 Clouds general's expression was solemn. Jiang Xi didn't hesitate anymore. He said, I, as the new 8 Clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of 8 Clouds. With the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the 8 Clouds Pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed. His voice reverberated across the peak of the mountain. The flame mark between his eyebrows lit up, and the voice entered his mind. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. The voices echoed in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi didn't underestimate this oath. It seemed like it really had the power to destroy his body and soul. The inheritance mark of the 8 Clouds will never disappear. I know you are a true emperor. If you die, there are many methods in this world that can revive you. But even if you revive, you will still carry the inheritance mark forever. Once you violate the oath, the inheritance mark will destroy your body and soul. No matter how many times you revive, you will be annihilated. You will keep reviving and being annihilated. The 8 Clouds General said. Jiang Xi's heart turned cold. This was terrifying. Resurrection wasn't something impossible. For example, the ghost race of the 4th universe had the large and small bone seas. They could allow ghosts below the level of a true emperor to reincarnate. It was a different kind of revival. There were also Tao lords who grasped the heavenly Tao of time and heavenly venerables who grasped the origin of time. They also had the strength to revive powerhouses below the Tao lord level. However, this kind of revival required a certain price. Generally, Tao lords who controlled time weren't willing to do it. Moreover, there were very few Tao lords and heavenly venerables who truly controlled time. Jiang Xi knew one. It was the lone powerhouse of the 4th universe, Heavenly Venerable Lu. Of course, if he was killed by the inheritance mark, then no matter what powerhouses he knew or what resurrection method he had, it would be useless to him. Of course, as long as you don't spread the core inheritance, the 8 Clouds General said with a smile. Then, he added, before this wisp of my spiritual consciousness dissipates, if you have any doubts, just tell me. I can answer them for you. Jiang Xi nodded and asked the question he had just asked. Were divine generals and divine kings realms or official ranks? The 8 Clouds General said with a smile, these are higher cultivation realms. After the heavenly venerables, there is the eternal realm and the primordial chaos realm. The eternal realm is divided into lesser supreme and greater supreme. The primordial chaos realm is divided into divine generals, divine kings, and rulers. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. He didn't expect there to be so many cultivation realms above them. This 8 Clouds General was just a wisp of spiritual consciousness, but it was already so powerful. Then, how powerful would the primordial chaos divine kings and primordial chaos rulers be? The 8 Clouds Divine General sighed. My hometown, the primordial realm, is an incomparably vast world. There are also ordinary cultivators there, as well as tribulation transcender, true monarch, Tao lord, heavenly venerable, and other immortal Tao cultivators. And heavenly venerables are just the threshold to become a super powerhouse. Although they are already considered a powerhouse, they are only dominating a small area. They are still far from being a true super powerhouse. However, even if you become a supreme of the eternal realm, you are only qualified to establish a sect in the primordial realm and enjoy the worship of thousands of races. You are still not a super powerhouse. Only when you reach the primordial chaos realm can you be called a super powerhouse in the primordial realm. Divine generals, divine kings, rulers, any level is enough to run rampant in that huge world. Riverward's heart was filled with longing. How big was this world? According to the 8 Clouds General, the primordial realm should be bigger than the chaos sea. And, besides the primordial realm, there was also the astral realm. However, did the primordial realm still exist? Based on the relief pattern in the mysterious monitoring space, it could be inferred that the ancestors of Qing Shuang's race came from the primordial realm, but they were all destroyed by the astral realm. If the primordial realm still existed, then Qing Shuang's ancestors would not have fought with the enemies of the astral realm. Jiang Xi spoke out these speculations in his heart. The 8 Clouds General's expression suddenly became very ugly. The astral realm. He snorted angrily, his whole body boiling with killing intent. The astral realm is the primordial realm's great enemy. 8 Clouds General of the past almost all died in the war with the astral realm. Back then, the Emperor fought with the Lord of the Astral Realm and brought the final path back to the primordial realm. After a period of recuperation, the Emperor led us on the final path. And the race you mentioned did indeed come from the primordial realm. Their mission was to guard the Emperor's escape route. It's just that the hateful Heavenly Feather Divine General and those traitors were bewitched by the Lord of the Astral Realm. In the end, They cut off our escape route, causing the Primordial Realm's army to fail on the verge of success. The Emperor was the lord of the Primordial Realm. Without him overseeing the Primordial Realm, the remaining races naturally could not withstand the attack of the Astral Realm. The Eight Clouds General's voice was low. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. No wonder the Eight Clouds General was a candidate to destroy the Heavenly Feather race. In the future, if you succeed in your cultivation, you must destroy the Heavenly Feather race and cut off their eternal bloodline. Don't let them have the chance to reproduce. The Eight Clouds General's eyes were filled with killing intent. I will remember. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly.
Good.
The Eight Clouds General's expression became serious again. Now, there are 2 points that I want to emphasize to you. You must remember them. Master, please speak. Jiang Xi hurriedly listened carefully. The Eight Clouds General continued. The first point is about cultivation. How to break through the limits of a heavenly venerable. First, let's talk about the Chaos Sea. There is not only one Chaos Sea in this world. Actually, the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm each have one. And the Chaos Sea that we are in belongs to the Primordial Realm. It is called the Primordial Realm Chaos Sea. Compared to the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm, the Chaos Sea is like a cradle or a lower realm. Every Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws are very weak and domineering. Because the Tao that cultivators cultivate is a part of the heaven and earth laws, they can only reach the limits of a heavenly venerable at most. If you want to continue cultivating the Tao, you must break through the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws. A long time ago, our Primordial Realm's Emperor Lord and the Astral Realm's Lord each created the Eternal Road and bestowed it to many experts in the Chaos Sea. It allowed many heavenly venerables in the Chaos Sea to have the opportunity to cultivate eternity on their Tao path. That is the first path. Riverward's heart was in turmoil, and he was incomparably shocked. It turned out that there was more than one Chaos Sea. The one in front of him was the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea and the Astral Realm's Chaos Sea. And the so-called Eternal Road was actually created by the two supreme existences of the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm. It was no wonder that ever since Qing Shuang's race, the Eternal Road had never appeared in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. The Emperor Lord was already dead. Who in the Primordial Realm could create the Eternal Road? The Astral Realm was the Primordial Realm's great enemy. Naturally, it would not be kind enough to bestow eternity to the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. Then how did the current Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground come about? Jiang Xi asked. I saw how the candidates from these two sacred grounds cast their Tao. They should have obtained other inheritances from the Primordial Realm. They were left behind by the two Grand Supremes in the Primordial Realm's army, Eight Clouds explained. Jiang Xi nodded gently. So that was the case. Then what about the other two paths to break through the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws? He asked again. The remaining two paths are relatively more difficult. But as long as one passes these two paths and cultivates eternity, they can generally become Grand Supremes. There won't be any big problems becoming a Chaos Essence Divine General in the future, Eight Clouds said with a smile. Jiang Xi listened seriously. Simply put, the second path is to break through the limits of the body. The third path is to break through the limits of the essence soul. The body and essence soul aren't restricted by Tao arts. It's the purest cultivation method. As long as one can break through the limits, they can release a power stronger than Tao arts. The core inheritance of my Eight Clouds lineage talks about these two paths. And it's the peak existence of these two paths. Eight Clouds Divine General said loudly, his tone slightly higher. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The three paths that Eight Clouds Divine General mentioned were more specific than the method to cultivate eternity that Venerable Ming had told him previously. There seemed to be a way to follow. Follow me. I'll bring you to see the core inheritance. Eight Clouds Divine General stretched out his hand and pointed. A space vortex appeared in front of him. Two figures flew into the space vortex, one after the other. After the space vortex changed, they arrived in a new space. Jiang Xi looked around. Blue waves rippled around him. It was a boundless lake. In the middle was a small island, with an ordinary wooden house. Beside the wooden house was a small pond. This scene gave him a sense of familiarity. It was very similar to the mysterious monitoring space. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. The ancestors of Qing Shuang's clan were from the primordial realm. It was not surprising that they could build a similar space. They came to the pond. This independent space is the most important one among the many inheritance spaces of the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Eight Clouds Divine General said slowly. Look, there are 2 black stones floating above the water. Jiang Xi looked in the direction that Eight Clouds Divine General was pointing. The pond was not large. There were 2 smooth black stones floating above it. Wisps of divine light pulsed on the surface of the stones. This is a legacy stone. It can store a large amount of information. Even if it's a chaotic prime, it can store all the memories of a chaotic prime. These 2 inheritance stones are the core of my 8 Clouds lineage, 8 Clouds Divine General introduced. Core. Jiang Xi looked at it seriously. Look at the pond. 8 Clouds Divine General waved his hand.
Splash.
The water in the pond flew up, revealing the black stones at the bottom. At a glance, there were probably more than 10,000 of them. Look at the endless lake. 8 Clouds Divine General waved his hand again. Boom! Waves roared as the lake water around the small island rose into the air. It was as though the world had turned upside down as the water floated into the sky. Jiang Xi saw the situation at the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was also covered with countless black stones. Chapter 6:23. Inside the core inheritance space on the 8th floor of 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jiang Xi looked at the black stones that had a faint divine glow pulsing on their surface. His heart was pounding. So many inheritances? 8 Clouds Divine General smiled and said, These are all inheritance stones. The 2 in front of you are the essence of the core inheritances. They are the true core. They are also the strongest inheritances that our ancestral master, 8 Clouds Divine King, left for our 8 Clouds lineage. The 14280 inheritance stones in the pond are also core inheritances, but their value is slightly lower. They represent many schools of thought, including close combat, long-range attacks, refinement, vegetation, machinery, and so on. Any one of the techniques and cultivation methods hidden in them is enough to drive many factions in the primordial realm crazy. As for the inheritance stones in the lake, there are more than 100 million of them. They are the information that the experts of our 8 Clouds lineage constantly collected when they roamed the primordial realm. They are all-encompassing. 90% of the common techniques and customs of the primordial realm are in these inheritance stones. Of course, these records are the most superficial and basic things, just like the basic inheritances that you received previously. 8 Clouds Divine General's tone was calm, but it made Jiang Xi extremely excited. What a monster! This was completely a super library. Or rather, it was a template copied from the primordial realm. With these 100 million inheritance stones, they could definitely replicate the middle and low-end powers of the primordial realm. 8 Clouds Divine General pointed to the bottom of the pond and said, These 14280 inheritance stones are the pride of the past 8 Clouds. They are their blood, sweat, and tears. Of course, there are also some important cultivation information that is priceless. Even in the primordial realm, any one of these inheritance stones can set off a shocking war. And the contents of the 2 in front of you can even set off a destructive war in the primordial realm. It can even set off a war between the primordial realm and the star realm. Remember, these 2 and the 14280 inheritance stones are not to be leaked to anyone else. As for the ones in the lake, there are not so many rules. You are free to deal with them, 8 Clouds Divine General instructed. I will remember. Jiang Xi suppressed the excitement in his heart and answered respectfully. You have the inheritance imprint. You can use your spiritual sense to check the information of the 2 inheritance stones. Eight Cloud's divine general smiled. Jiang Ziyi took a deep breath and looked forward to it. The essence of the core inheritance, the strongest absolute art left behind by the ancestor. Eight Cloud's divine king. What would it be like? Chaos Essence Divine King level experts were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Phew! A wisp of Riverward's spiritual sense touched the two black stones. At the moment of contact, the two inheritance stones faintly lit up, and ancient and complicated patterns appeared on their surfaces. Then, a huge amount of information about the inheritance rushed into Jiang Ziyi's mind like a raging tide. Even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, it took him 2 full days to complete the transfer. The Eight Clouds general stood at the side and watched with a smile. After a long time, Jiang Ziyi opened his eyes, which were filled with shock and disbelief. The essence of the Eight Clouds lineage's core inheritance was only 2 absolute arts, and they were named after the 8 clouds. They were 8 and Cloud. 8 foot, full name 8 lives, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the body. By cultivating this technique, the strength of one's body could continuously break through the limits. Of course, to what extent one could cultivate to ultimately depended on one's talent and diligence. Cloud, full name Cloud Extinguisher, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the primordial spirit. Similar to 8 lives, cultivating this technique could allow the strength of one's primordial spirit to continuously break through the limits. The highest realm was immortality. Clearly, the creator of this absolute art, 8 Clouds Divine King, had not cultivated it to the highest realm. Immortality was just an imaginary realm. Otherwise, 8 Clouds Divine King would not have perished in the war between the 2 worlds. However, Jiang Ziyi was confident that with the help of the experience panel, it was not impossible to cultivate these 2 absolute arts to the highest level. With these 2 absolute arts, my future is secure. Jiang Ziyi laughed. Don't be so confident. 8 Clouds general shook his head. Oh. Jiang Ziyi was taken aback. Take a closer look at these 2 absolute arts. 8 Clouds general said directly. Jiang Ziyi sank his consciousness into his mind and immediately checked. The information contained in these 2 absolute arts was massive. Just the memory transfer alone took a long time. Therefore, when the memory transfer was taking place, he only looked at the first simple information. He did not take a closer look at the large amount of memories that followed. Now, when he really went to check it out, even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, he still hadn't finished reading the 8 Lives Ultimate Technique after half a month. And at this moment, his expression changed. You discovered it? 8 Clouds general laughed. Where's the rest? Why is it gone? Jiang Ziyi was bewildered. 8 Lives was left behind by the founder. According to the introduction of the absolute art, there should be 8 levels, but why are there only the first 3? I can clearly sense that the last 5 levels are in my memory, but I can't read them.
Why is that? It was a very strange feeling.
It was as if there was something that was clearly in his mind, but he could not recall what it was. It was the same for the 8 Lives absolute art. It was in his memory, but no matter how he tried to recall the contents of the last 5 levels, he could not find them. This strange feeling of forgetfulness only occurred when he was young and weak. With his current strength, everything that he had experienced in his life, every memory, was clearly imprinted in his mind. He would not forget a single thing. Because the first 3 levels are the limit that a heavenly venerable can cultivate to, 8 Clouds general said with a smile. These 2 absolute arts, as well as the inheritance stones in the ponds and lakes, all the information stored in them can only be seen at the limit of a heavenly venerable. You can't see anything higher than the eternal realm. Could this be the law restriction of Chaos Sea? Jiang Ziyi's heart stirred. That's right. As long as you break through the law restriction of Chaos Sea, you will be able to recall the contents of the last 5 levels. 8 Clouds general nodded. He continued, my 8 Clouds lineage has 2 absolute arts. As long as you can cultivate the first 3 levels, your body and primordial spirit will reach the limit of a heavenly venerable. Then, you can easily break through the law restrictions, so there's no need to worry. Jiang Xi nodded gently. Now that I've finished talking about cultivation, there's one last thing that I need to entrust you with, 8 Clouds General said. Master, please speak. Treat Heaven Connecting Tower well. It was left behind by another divine monarch of the primordial realm. Back then, the divine monarch with heaven-defying talent was an existence that we admired. 8 Clouds Divine General said with a complicated expression. Jiang Xi was stunned. Heaven-reaching tower was actually related to a divine king of the primordial realm? He immediately thought of many things. Since the 8 Clouds Divine General knew about the heaven-reaching tower, could the path on Earth really be the final path that the Yuan realm's army embarked on? No. Jiang Xi quickly rejected this speculation. Because the Emperor Lord of the primordial realm, 8 Clouds General, and other powerhouses had already fallen for God knows how many eras. And Earth was born in this era, so it was impossible for there to be a connection. Perhaps heaven-reaching tower was only obtained by a powerhouse of Earth in ancient times and then left on Earth. Jiang Xi's mind was a little confused. He wanted to understand these relationships. Before he could come back to his senses, 8 Clouds General suddenly smiled. He waved his hand, and a black stone flew out from the bottom of the lake and landed in front of the two of them. Originally, in the lonely era of endless eras, I had a lot to say, a lot to entrust, and a lot to tell you about the glory of my 8 Clouds lineage. However, when I thought of the Emperor and the Divine King, I suddenly realized that I had already fallen. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Why should I be reluctant to leave this mortal world? That's why I recorded everything into this legacy stone, including what I wanted to tell you, as well as the secrets of the entire 8 Clouds Pavilion. They are all stored inside. You will know all of this when you see it. After saying that, 8 Clouds General looked up at the endless darkness, then squatted down, gently grabbed the soil on the island, and sniffed it. Then he smiled. It's time for me to return to the Emperor's side. Whoosh. 8 Clouds General's entire body seemed to vanish into thin air. A gust of wind blew past, and he disappeared without a trace. Teacher, Lord 8 Clouds General. Jiang Xi shouted twice, but there was no response. He was stunned. He still hadn't been told how to get out. This independent space was the most important place in 8 Clouds Tower. With his power, he definitely couldn't break through the space barrier forcefully hung. At that moment, rays of light were born from the endless darkness and quickly shrouded over. Jiang Xi looked up. Those rays of light converged, and he had nowhere to hide. The flame inheritance imprint between his eyebrows also appeared, producing a mysterious gravitational force that swallowed all the rays of light. Finally, everything returned to normal. A feeling of being in control of everything appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. He looked around, and with a thought, the ground broke open, and a blade of grass grew out. Then the grass grew bigger and bigger, even spreading to the surroundings. Soon, a patch of grass grew out. It recognized me as its master? Jiang Xi was stunned. 8 Clouds Tower had recognized him as its master, and now he could control this space of inheritance that was comparable to a celestial master's miniature universe. Although he was still unfamiliar with it, he could easily sense all the spaces within 8 Clouds Tower. Just like how he could sense the entire mountain sea cave, it was his world. 8 Clouds General took the initiative to give up control. Jiang Xi's expression was complicated. He looked to his side, where 8 Clouds General had grabbed a handful of soil. Jiang Xi suddenly realized that 8 Clouds General, who wore red armor and held a sky piercer, had most likely disappeared forever. In this world, only he, the 184th 8 Clouds General, was left. After a while, I still haven't asked clearly about Sky Tower. Jiang Xi slapped his head. What 8 Clouds General said just now had shocked him too much, and he hadn't recovered from it for a while. He actually forgot to ask. He quickly grabbed the inheritance stone left behind by 8 Cloud's general and probed it with his spiritual awareness. Then a large amount of information was transmitted to his mind. Then he searched through the massive amount of information. Unfortunately, he didn't find any information about Sky Tower. Jiang Xi stood where he was and thought for a while, then asked in his heart, "And Aishang, do you know anything about your previous master?" "Sorry, I lost my memory." And Aishang sighed. "However, I can feel that my complete state should have broken through the limit of a true treasure, surpassing a level 9 true treasure. But it seems like I'm missing something, and coupled with the layers of seals, that's why I fell to my current level." And Aishang said, "Missing something?" Jiang Xi pondered, and then thought of something. With a thought, he used the EXP panel to convert an eternal shard.
Try this.
The refining process of Sky Tower was different from that of other true treasures. It had to swallow a large amount of immortal power to unlock the seals. This was obviously to replenish something. And eternal fragments were of a higher level than immortal power. Perhaps they could be replenished? If it was before becoming the successor of 8 Clouds, Jiang Xi wouldn't have dared to be so extravagant and directly use 1 yuan of eternal experience to try this. However, after killing the other candidates, he got more than 6,000 eternal experience points. Naturally, he had the confidence to do so. In the space of Sky Tower, the spirit of the true treasure, an Aishang, materialized and then began to refine the eternal fragment. A moment later, the eternal fragment turned into a stream of light and merged into Sky Tower. Buzz! Instantly, Sky Tower trembled slightly. As the eternal fragment continued to be refined, the aura of this special true treasure began to increase slightly and gradually strengthen. "It's effective. It's really effective." Jiang Xi and Aishang were pleasantly surprised. "I'll give you 100 eternal fragments first. You can slowly refine them." And Aishang smiled and nodded. Immediately, Riverward transformed 100 eternal fragments and left them in the space of Tongtian Tower. Although he couldn't get an answer to the origin of Heavenly Tower, this unexpected reward was still pretty good. Jiang Xi collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the inheritance stone, continuing to understand the information of 8 Clouds Pavilion. Before 8 Clouds deity's spiritual consciousness dissipated, he left detailed information in this inheritance stone, recording the many functions and points to pay attention to. There were also many historical origins and important events of 8 Clouds, which were recorded in detail. Of course, the most important information was related to 8 Clouds Pavilion. 8 Clouds Pavilion was personally refined by the first ancestor, 8 Clouds Deity King. Almost 90% of the inheritance space and various functions were refined by the ancestor. The remaining 10% were added later by the 8 Clouds of the past. Jiang Xi sighed. The information left by 8 Clouds Deity King was too detailed without this inheritance stone. Even if 8 Clouds Pavilion recognized him as its master, he was afraid that he would need to explore the various inheritance spaces inside to truly understand this place. After all, this was a miniature universe. Even if he used an era and didn't sleep or rest, he wouldn't be able to explore all of it. But now he already knew everything about this place. Simply put, the entire 8 Clouds Pavilion was a perfect place to nurture great beings. This miniature universe was divided into many independent spaces, with different functions. Some were similar to a super library, which was the place where the inheritance stone was stored. Almost all of the most basic techniques and inheritances of the primordial realm were recorded here. There were also countless precious experiences on the path to the pinnacle. Some were spaces used for battle trials, and there were many battle puppets inside. For example, the 9-sector puppet was one of them. In addition, there were trial puppets that were created using the 8 Clouds of the past as models. As long as one entered that space, they could fight with them. Those trial puppets could unleash part of the great being's strength. Among them, the strongest opponent was the ancestor, 8 Clouds Deity King. There were many other spaces. Some were used to create techniques, some were for weapon refinement, some were for medicine refinement, and some were for meditation. In short, All the spaces inside Eight Clouds Pavilion were constantly replenished and perfected by the Eight Clouds of the past. It was a place to nurture great beings. How perverted, how extravagant. Jiang Xi was speechless. Before he accepted the inheritance, he had imagined what the Eight Clouds' inheritance would be like. But when he really became Eight Clouds, he realized that his imagination was not enough. He had underestimated this inheritance. With such an extravagant Eight Clouds Pavilion, it was extremely unlikely that one would not become a great being in the future. Becoming a great being in the primordial chaos realm was only a matter of time. In addition, the Eight Clouds inheritance had very strict requirements for its inheritors. Those who were chosen, be it in terms of talent, comprehension, perseverance, character, and so on, were all top-notch existences. Even without the inheritance, their future achievements would not be small. But with the help of the Eight Clouds inheritance and the Eight Clouds Pavilion, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Naturally, they would be able to go even higher. In the Chaos Sea, the ancient inheritances that everyone fought over, such as the Heavenly Feather Race's celestial venerate ruins, are only ordinary inheritances in the primordial realm. They are even incomplete Heavenly Feather inheritances, and any one of the inheritances here is 100 times stronger than the ancient inheritances they obtained. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion. He now had the foundation to build a powerful civilization. As long as he was given time, he could build a pinnacle civilization that could stand for countless eras in the long river of time. Of course, he was still very far away from a powerful civilization in the primordial realm. Knowledge is power. The experiences accumulated by countless experts on the path of cultivation, the concepts of the countless cultivation schools that they have opened up, these are the most fundamental parts of the legacy. The first thing Jiang Xi wanted to do was something that almost all the previous generations of Eight Clouds would do. That was to memorize all the information in the inheritance stones and accumulate his own foundation. Perhaps he was not a cultivator of those schools, but with these accumulations, when he cultivated in the future and used the experience points panel to deduce, he would be able to comprehend by analogy and be more efficient. Or in the future, when he encountered opponents of this school in battle, he would be able to predict the enemy's moves. Through these inheritances, he would know the opponent's background, strengths, and weaknesses.
Come on.
Jiang Xi waved his hand. Suddenly, a large number of black inheritance stones floated in the air. There were hundreds of millions of them. Categorize. Jiang Xi's spiritual awareness split into thousands and probed into all the inheritance stones at the same time. He came into contact with the information in them and began to categorize and organize them. Soon, these hundreds of millions of inheritance stones were reorganized and organized according to various categories. Although I haven't comprehended the Time Sky Tao, I'm the master of Eight Clouds Pavilion. I can use the origin of this miniature universe to maintain a domain that accelerates time by 1,000,000 times. With a thought, Jiang Xi's time flow on this small island became 1,000,000 times faster than normal. Previously, when he was cultivating in seclusion in Lu Yuzhou had set up a domain that accelerated time by 1,000,000 times on that starry sky island. However, this kind of time acceleration method consumed too much energy. At that time, if it weren't for the bet between Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Lu would definitely not have been willing to consume energy like that. And now, because Eight Clouds Pavilion was a miniature universe, it could use similar methods. Of course, the consumption was still huge. I can still afford to spend 100 or 200 years. Jiang Xi shook his head lightly. Then he carefully memorized the contents of the inheritance stones. At the same time, he did a detailed study. In 10,000 Worlds ruins, the giant stone celestial body where Eight Clouds Pavilion was located was still shrouded in red fog, forming a special area that dispersed the endless gray fog. The glowing stone door in the middle of the fog was already closed. Occasionally, great beings would pass by, but they only looked at it enviously and left quickly. They didn't dare to stay any longer lest they arouse the displeasure of Eight Clouds' general. After all, that terrifying being had killed the third sacred master and the fourth sacred master of the heavenly feather race, as well as 13 heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao lords from other powers in Chaos Ocean. The overall strength of so many great beings had already surpassed any of the 3 powers in Chaos Ocean. The 8 Cloud Divine Generals were definitely the most ruthless existence in the Chaos Sea. While the various factions in the Chaos Sea were suspecting and guessing, most of them were unsure who the inheritor was. Jiang Ci, on the other hand, was calmly studying the inheritance stones. 8 Clouds Pavilion was absolutely safe, and he was inside 8 Clouds Pavilion. Every stone celestial body in 10,000 worlds ruins had a hidden space inside. If one didn't open it, even a third step heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to force his way in. Therefore, he could cultivate in peace here. As time passed, Jiang Ci understood the cultivation and breakthroughs of Tribulation Transcender, Perfected Lord, Tao Lord, and Heavenly Venerable. Even after reaching the Celestial Venerable level, he had thoroughly researched how to continue to cultivate and advance. In other words, in the entire Chaos Ocean, even those true Heavenly Venerables didn't know as much as Jiang Ci about Heavenly Venerable cultivation. That was because the primordial realm civilization had already analyzed these cultivation stages thoroughly. And these were the most ordinary inheritances in 8 Clouds Pavilion. They were all stored in the inheritance stones in the lake, and there was no confidentiality value at all. Therefore, although Jiang Ci was only a rank 5 perfected lord now, he was already qualified to guide Tao lords and heavenly venerables in their cultivation. After all, the heavenly venerables of the various powers in Chaos Ocean were all blind. Even if they broke through, they were still muddle-headed. They didn't have the experience of their seniors to guide them, so they naturally couldn't carry out systematic research and cultivation. Who knew how many detours and wrong paths they took in the process? The worst thing about cultivation was taking the wrong path. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps, and it would be difficult to correct them. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.